I'd like to call to order the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting. Could we please have a roll call?
Members present, Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White.
Present.
Chair Warren.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on our agenda today. It's item number 1, a resolution to accept grant funds in the amount of $118,000 from the State Department of Health for Project Diabetes Year 3 for the implementation of health promotion efforts throughout the Memphis area. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearengin Washington. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Walker, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Nick Walker, Parks Director, 2599 Avery. This is a great program. It's a great grant that we are currently on year 2 of a 3-year contract. This is our 5th consecutive year of funding, receiving funds from the state for this program. This program has led us to funding the first health and wellness manager who's currently organizing group fitness classes and fitness events for all our senior, community, and aquatic centers. If you go on memphisparks.com and go to the Rec Desk site, you will currently see that there are a larger number of recreation programs happening. If you go into the Rec Desk program, you'll see a larger number of activities happening throughout our centers. You'll also notice on social media that we have had large-scale events at several of the sites to promote health and wellness. Our goal in year 3 will be to continue to expand our programming, and the goal is to ultimately have 3 weekly classes at each of the centers. And so we're working towards that. The hope is that this time next year, we'll apply for another round of funding, which would be our 3rd consecutive cycle of receiving that funding if we get it. And this doesn't require a match. This is just $115,000 from the state.
Do we have any questions from the council? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
Can we ask for same night minutes on this? This is just a grant acceptance, and so.
And that's without exception, same night minutes?
Without objection.
Okay, and let's the record show that we've been joined by
The January 23rd meeting of the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Wright, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman White. Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. The only item is a resolution to accept grant funds in the amount of $2,756,574.40. In addition, additional grant funds for repair of the 14 Bridges Sam Cooper Project, PW 01253, Districts 2 and 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Who from the administration is here to speak from this item? You move it, thank you. Okay, it has been moved and second.
Thank you, council members. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. What we have in front of you today is additional funds that TDOT has granted towards the repair of the bridges along Sam Cooper. The work actually started last year on repairing some of the bridges along Sam Cooper. Currently, we're roughly about 50% complete, and the work is actively going at this point with the anticipation of fully completing it by the end of this year. Due to just escalation in materials, the state has granted us this additional roughly $2.7 million, and we ask for your acceptance for these funds and appropriations of it.
Okay. Would any council members like to be recognized for any discussion? Okay, if not, we will go for a vote. To all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, we do request the same night minutes as well on this.
All right. Any opposition to same night minutes? All right, we'll make it same night minutes.
Welcome to Memphis Light Gas and Water Committee. Today's Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. Ms. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Logan is not here. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilman Smiley. Here. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Warren. And Chair Spinoza.
Present. I made a slight mistake today. I did not inform the ladies. the staff that I wanted to swap these, so without objection, I'm just gonna have, President McGowan speak on item number 2 first. So item number 2, because I said polite and say, I've been here before, but I do want to say the last time that happened and everything, no issues whatsoever, but go for it.
Appreciate it, Mr. Chair. Wow, that's loud. Okay, thank you for being here. I will give you an update. I have a lot of information to share. I will go quickly so I can take questions as you have them. So what I would like to do, let's see if the slides will advance actually. Let's see, Andy, let's see, page down maybe. Click on the slides. Go back to the slideshow. There we go. Okay. So during the first week of January, the forecast changed from what was going to be above average temperatures, and you can see the 6-day outlook that was going to be in effect from January 15th to the 19th, which showed significantly below cold temperatures for our area, and that was going to last for a significant period of time. Well, that forecast obviously came true. What I'm going to do for you is walk through, you'll see that I have a timeline here, and I've overlaid events with the weather. And so as we were watching the weather, we decided that about on Friday, we should advise everybody to get ready for what we knew was going to be some severe weather coming later on Friday and then over the weekend into the Martin Luther King Day holiday. And so the forecast for Friday was for thunderstorms and damaging winds with gusts of up to 45 miles an hour. We actually saw gusts of 48 miles an hour. We held a press conference with Mayor Young at 3:30 in the afternoon to tell everybody you need to get ready because we are in a period of severe weather. It's going to change dramatically over the next few days, so please do everything you can to get ready. The wind gusts came, and I should say that that's on the tail of wind gusts earlier in the week. So they came on Friday and into Friday night. We did have a small number of outages. Our marching orders were for all customers, anybody who had an outage to be restored by Saturday night at the latest so that they could have full power going into what we knew was going to be some pretty cold temperatures on Sunday. So on Sunday, as predicted, we had snowfall, sub-freezing temperatures, and sub-zero wind chill, and you can see the temperatures that were falling pretty dramatically. From 45 degrees and just 24 hours later, you're 20 degrees or 30 degrees lower at 14 is your high. As we moved into the MLK weekend, we had been in constant communication with our power provider, which is TVA, and we've been talking about what the impacts might be across the valley for how much energy people would be consuming. So we had a number of calls every day with them to forecast where we would be. We did see, starting on about Monday, that the electric demand was rising pretty dramatically. And Tuesday, about noon, it caused me and TVA to put into place an energy conservation alert. That was put into place for all customers all across the valley at all 153 local power companies so that everybody was called to save power. On Wednesday morning at about 6 in the morning, we saw the all-time peak demand for TVA. It's all-time high. I'll show you what those numbers look like. And there was a lot of preparation that went into that. We were still experiencing those sub-freezing temps, but later in the day on Wednesday, the temperature started to go up. And as I forecast at the press conference, when the temperature goes up after being down for several days, then your water system starts to get impacted because the ground starts to thaw out. About Thursday morning, we saw water pressures in the system because we've added a heck of a lot more sensors. We saw water pressure start to drop and volume start to increase, and we knew that meant we had some breaks. At midday on Thursday, I issued a water conservation order, and about midday, I also put a boil water advisory in for the southeastern part of the service area and the northwest part of the service area because those areas had experienced a drop below 20 pounds per square inch. We stayed in that condition for about 24 hours, battling the number of breaks, finding and fixing breaks. We had the water pumping system operating at maximum capacity to try to preserve water for everybody to the extent we could. But on Friday morning, we started seeing some fluctuations in areas outside of those two that I had the boil water advisory. And so I was obligated to put into place a boil water advisory for all of our service area, which is according to Tennessee statute. We remain in that boil water advisory now. We remained in the water conservation order through yesterday at about 11 o'clock in the morning when I lifted that water conservation order. For the balance of Friday and Saturday, we did have some varying and low fluctuating water pressures. We had some customers who experienced no water, and I'll show you why that was. But probably gone unnoticed by everybody was while we were in the throes of this, late on Saturday night and into the mornings of Sunday, the electric demand began to rise again across the valley, and in fact peaked at 7 o'clock in the morning on Sunday to the second highest ever all-time peak for TVA. There was no electric conservation order. All of the systems worked very well, and we met everybody's demand. At Sunday, about 6 in the morning, we saw water pressures from all of the work that we had done to find and fix breaks begin to rise again, and they continued to rise throughout the day on Sunday and into Monday, and that's why I lifted the water conservation order yesterday at about 11 o'clock. So that's a summary of how things happened, and I'll get into some of the outcomes and lessons learned here shortly. For the electric system, which is where I'll start, this is called Winter Storm Heather for your history. It was a significant stress test for utilities across the area. It was the largest peak demands in TVA history. If you look at the chart, I've updated that. You'll see that the top 2 peaks were this winter storm. You'll also see that the top 5 are now winter peaks. Prior to the last 2 years, there had not been a winter peak in the top 5 all demands. What that's telling you is that winters over the last few years are getting colder, longer. And TVA is a winter and summer peaking system. MLGW is just a summer peaking system. We did have a very high and long duration demand for natural gas, and we'll talk a little bit about how that performed. And the forecasted cold weather, we said there would be an impact to water systems, and there sure was. In fact, 28 water systems in Tennessee are under a boil water advisory right now, and there's others across the country, including cities like Washington, D.C. So I'll get into some of the electric impacts here as soon as the slide progresses. There we go. Without getting into details of this chart, we track electric demand production for TVA. And while the analysis is still underway for the conservation, I want everybody to know that your efforts worked. You helped to blunt the impact of rising electric demand. You'll see that in the chart under the conservation alert. The yellow indicates the period the conservation alert was in place. The dark blue line is the actual demand, but the dotted line is what they had forecast the demand without any conservation. So you'll see that there is, during that period of conservation, the actual demand was lower than the forecast demand because everybody came together to conserve energy, and that's really what kept us in good shape. So I just want everybody to know that what you did worked.
And real quick, President McGowan, I want to actually clap. I'd like for everyone to applaud the citizens of Memphis, if you don't mind, for just a second, because we really did do that.
Yeah, you did. We did it together. Everybody knows they had neighbors that didn't. They still had their Christmas lights on and their lights on outside, but the majority of folks came together, and I'd appreciate next time that we have even better success if we have to. So, okay, let's move into the water system, because electric, there's nothing that happened. There was a lot of work that caused nothing to happen, but we're going to focus on water right now. We have a very large water system with 255,000 customers. That's meters. It's made up of 110 production wells that pull the water out of the ground. We have 10 treatment and pumping stations that push that water across the county. We have 15 water towers, 19 booster stations. But I want you to call your attention here, almost 4,000 miles of water mains in our system, many of them dating to 1930 or before. These were put in when Memphis was a young city at the time, and we have a lot of infrastructure that we put in a long time ago. 74,000 valves, 31,000 fire hydrants, and yes, we test our water 40,000 times a year to make sure it remains the best drinking water in the country. So I just want to remind everybody, I sent a letter to all of you, all elected officials. During the press conference, I said the same thing, but in my letter, it was on the 11th, I said that we are well prepared to meet the water supply demands. That is, the pumping, treatment, and production is well prepared. But I cautioned that the risk to the system is due to loss of pressure because of many broken pipes in homes, in businesses, and in our water mains. We also told vacant property owners, please make sure you check your buildings routinely because you could have frozen pipes that burst and you won't know that water's leaking. We asked everybody to figure out where their water shutoff valve was so that you could quickly shut it off if you had a water main break. Just want to put that context out there. That's important. We said that for a reason. Here's the impact to MLGW's water system. We've had a total of 81 water main breaks. We are fixing 13 right now. That was over the course of this time. If you look at the charts at the bottom, you'll see that the orange bar, which is the reported number of breaks, January 21st and 22nd, that's yesterday and the day before. Again, as things warm up, the water breaks start to happen because the ground thaws out, there's room for that water to escape, and that's what's happening there. But I'd like you to look at this map. These are customer water breaks, almost 4,000, and they are everywhere. So that is a lot of water leaking out of our system. It's an unfortunate byproduct of very cold temperatures, old and exposed, uninsulated water systems that we have in homes and businesses. But again, this is why I asked everybody to please pay attention to your cutoff valve. Make sure you pay attention to your vacant and abandoned properties so that we don't have water leaking all over. So this is a...
Sorry, the customer water break.
Yes, that is...
That is going to be a resident.
You have a residence or a building. So a couple of examples, and again, I hate to pick on the commercial appeal, but last year they had a fire protection system that burst. This year they had a fire protection system that burst. The Hickory Ridge Mall, we had water pouring out of all the entrances of the Hickory Ridge Mall because there was no one there when the water system broke, and it was running out for hours at the time. We had abandoned buildings in North and South Memphis where the water was pouring out of the roof down all the walls because they had a broken pipe in the ceiling and there was no owner to contact. So we had to find that. And we had, thankfully, some neighbors report that, and we were able to cut the water off at the curb. But when you have that number of breaks around the system, that's what really causes your drop in pressure. And you all know that from your house. You know, if you're in the shower and somebody turns on the sink or flushes the commode, sometimes the water pressure goes down. That's the same effect that you're having when all these breaks happen in the system. Okay, so we'll move on. I want to talk a little bit about how did our system perform, and I won't go into a lot of detail, but overall the electric system performed very well. We had a minimum number of outages during that windstorm, and I want to thank you all because the funding that you provided us for tree trimming, the new contracts we had, we saw significantly lower outages in those areas where trees had recently been trimmed, and that's exactly the result we want. We also saw no outages during the historic peak demand for TVA. Conservation worked, TVA systems worked, and our MLGW system worked. On the gas side, I'll focus on this a little bit. We enjoyed uninterrupted flow of natural gas with significant excess capacity. Nobody ever had to worry about gas for heating their home or for cooking. We did not have any conservation orders. That was not the case in many areas around Memphis Light Gas and Water. Customers to our south in Entergy, just across the Mississippi state line, were under a gas conservation order for days. Water. We did have low pressures and a boil water advisory. We all know that. That was a byproduct of the thousands of leaks, both public and private, our water mains and private leaks that our system could not overcome. At the end of the day, the water system produced and distributed 20% more water than we did just 2 years ago. Water production, treatment, and pumping were at maximum capacity. Every single pump that I had, every single pumping station, were operating at 100%. Production was our limiting factor, and I'll show you that in a chart. Bottom line, I need to be able to pull more water out of the ground to push out into the system to keep pressures high. How did the team perform? I would suggest that overall, we tried our best to give people as much information through emergency communications and preparation in advance of these to try to set expectations and tell people what they should see. From the electric side, our team did prioritize aggressive tree trimming. We winterized all of our substations, and we had repair crews on alert throughout the system in case we had to do something more dramatic. And then we exercised, and we rehearsed what we had to do in any emergency situation between MLGW and our partners at TVA. For our gas side, we have a very aggressive hedging and contracting strategy. Allows us to have a lot of gas in storage and keeps our prices very low. And on the water side, our team's decision to reinvest in more water wells allowed us to have that greater production And it really did avoid, while we had some areas with no water, it would have been a lot worse if we had not made those investments. There would have been a lot more no water areas. And then the all hands on deck find and fix effort. I'll show you what that looks like, but MLGW team coming together to find and fix water main breaks. I want to give you a few takeaways. What should you take away from this storm? First, our gas program is best in class. It is incredibly reliable and it provides excellent value for our customers. Our gas prices are the lowest of all the cities in our rate survey, and there are 50 major American cities in our rate survey. And I want to emphasize this, they are lower in 2024 than they were in 2023 by $15 per month. Lower. Gas is the predominant source of heat here in Shelby County, and that helps us all use less electricity in the winter. Other systems around the state have electric heat pumps. So that's an important point to take away. For the electric side, we have to continue investments in tree trimming and modernizing our infrastructure to make sure that we can avoid outages and quickly recover. We are on a path to aggressively execute those system upgrades, and we are going to stay the course. What this highlights is our ability to generate and store power locally when the grid is stressed is important. Our investments in battery and solar are our first steps in our ability to grow that demand. And we talked a little about aeroderivatives before. I will tell you, our investigation into that really helped advance our thinking about what we can do locally here to help generate and mitigate impacts when the grid is stressed. So it's definitely worth doing. Moving to the next slide as soon as it progresses. Okay, on the water side, we have made recent investments to help a larger area of no water. If this is 2 years ago or 3 years ago, you would have seen a boil water advisory earlier, and you would have seen a lot of people without water. We have spent $85 million over the last 4 years on production and distribution system just since 2020. About half of that equally split production and distribution. We've added 12 new wells, and that increases your production by about 24 million gallons per day. And you can see the other things we've done to make sure that our system is more reliable. The punchline is that our treatment and pumping system improvements delivered 100% reliability. Everything that we had was up and operating and working. What we need to do is increase our ability to produce more water. My pumping stations that we have at MLGW can produce 300 million gallons per day. The wells can only deliver 200 million gallons a day. The wells are your supply. The pumping stations are what delivers it out there. So you should take away from that we need more wells, especially for a circumstance like this. Day to day, we only need about 120 million gallons of water to serve us. But in a crisis like this, to keep as much water pressure and to keep many people having it, we need to increase that. So we have 5 wells in the 2024 budget. I've asked our team, and we already know that we think we can get 8 done this year. So we're going to get as many as we can done this year, and we'll budget for more next year. That's the physical capacity of the drillers to actually get the work done. So, and it's not MLGW, it's our contracted partners. Just so you know, another $40 million of capital investment in the water system in 2024. And you can see it's pumping station upgrades, well upgrades, and then the other pieces that we need to do to replace and maintain the system. But what about the grant that you received from the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation in the ARPA grant? Yes, we announced that several years ago, but you'll see here that TDEC actually just distributed their announcement on March 29th of 2023 of $102 million that they will manage. That's coming to the city of Memphis. MLGW's share of that is $36 million that we do not have yet. It's going to upgrade 9 water projects, improvement in our treatment processes, updating our filtration systems, and replacing outdated infrastructure in our pumping stations. So yes, we are getting federal money, but sometimes that's a little slow in getting here in the administration of it. Bottom line is we are on go to begin doing those projects in 2024. Overall, the takeaway from the storm, it's pretty clear that longer periods of extreme cold weather are trending for us. The recent investments that we've made at MLGW and that you all helped fund have helped blunt the impact of this severe weather. But we have to make continued investments in order to meet expectations. I believe the team was well prepared and they responded efficiently. With increasing extremes, we have to be more self-reliant. I want to emphasize that. Everyone whether it's an MLGW issue or another issue that we're facing, has to become more self-reliant. When we ask people to be prepared for 3 days, have some food put away, some water put away, have your emergency kit ready to go so that you can be alone for 3 days without the services that you count on, not just MLGW service, but any emergency services. That's what we're asking citizens to prepare for. And so we hope that folks will take that and to the extent that they can, be prepared. Last thing I'll say on this takeaway is we all have to think about this electric grid. In order to ensure our future reliability, we have to think differently about how we get energy rather than just demanding more and expecting somebody to produce it. I won't go into detail, but you'll be starting to hear more about demand response programs and distributed energy resources. Those are going to be important for us to bring together other resources to help us meet our electric demand in the future. Okay, a couple of other things I'd like to go over. Thank you, Chairman. I won't go into detail on the communications, but we tried very hard. I know that customers don't like it when things go wrong. We don't either. But what people really don't like is when they don't know what's going on. We tried very hard. We had our press conference. I sent you all that preparation letter. We maintained direct communication with all of you, with the mayors, with the Shelby County, with our commissioners. We had a daily email to the Shelby County Commission, Shelby County delegation. I did 6 in-person press briefings. We had 89 media interactions and interviews during the period of time here, 99 social media posts. You can see how many impressions, 24 media release. We sent 6 text alerts, 9 all customer emails. And then when you got those alerts on your phone that went off, the iPause, like the Amber Alert that said, hey, we're in an energy conservation, now we've lifted it. That's the first time we've tried that with Shelby County EMA. So we'll be getting our own license to do that, or working in partnership with EMA so we can put those alerts out more regularly. It's a quick way to reach all customers. So I'm very proud of the communications team. We can always do better, but boy, we tried very hard to get word out to everybody as best we could. Here's just an example of some of the social media posts. As you saw, we had 90 plus social media posts in both English and Spanish. Everything from energy conservation to water conservation to boil water alerts. And this was the initial map that our team put out for the boil water. I want to talk a little bit about agility. Our team put out a boil water advisory for the 2 areas, the southeast and northwest. We heard from customers, hey, I live on the border and I can't tell where I am. I asked the IT team to come up with a better product. And so by the next morning, they had an interactive map. You could type your address in and see exactly where you were inside the boil water. You could zoom in down to the street level. You could see your actual house on the map. So that's a new tool that's coming forward. They did that overnight. And there's the boil water interactive map that we had to do. They produced that one also instantaneously. It's the same. Type your address in, you can see where you fall within the system. So very agile, all hands on deck to try to help make this better for customers. I do want to talk about the boil water advisory because I know you guys will have questions about this. We comply with TDEC regulations. There is no federal regulation that governs when you do this, only state. So they have a regulation that says when our pressure drops below 20 PSI, there is a risk of contamination of the groundwater, and so you have to issue a boil water alert. A risk. It doesn't mean there is, it's just a risk. Once the pressures are restored, we can take those samples, take them to the lab, start incubating them, and the results are going to TDEC. I'm here to tell you this morning, our samples are in the lab. They come out of the incubator at 11:30 this morning. So in an hour and 30 minutes, we will know from our lab what the results are. We'll get those to TDEC, and with a positive result, we'll take the next appropriate action, which I think we're all looking forward to. Okay. You heard a little bit about this in the press. All hands on deck means if you work in transportation at MLGW, if you work in the gas division, even though things are going great, if you're safety, if you're water distribution, if you're an engineer at MLGW, if you're in the meter reading department, if you're an admin, doesn't matter where you work, you need to be all hands on deck. This map that you have here is our find and fix effort. The numbers don't matter. They don't match up with city council districts. They are just zones for engineering to do the water system. And so there are, as you can see, nearly 1,000 zones that we have on here. The dots there in the color equate to the team that was assigned to those areas. We started in the areas where the water pumping stations are, where we know breaks were. And we said, go out from there and find all the water leaks and report them back to us. The dots that are in the gray, that represents the Collierville, Germantown, Millington, and Bartlett water systems. So obviously we didn't look there. So this is an animated slide. I'll show you. The next one shows, you'll see new dots being added, black dots coming on where they've finished their investigation. And so you can see that over the course of about 2 days, the team fanned out, and that's where we ended. I will tell you that I took this at the end of the day on Sunday, so yesterday the work continued. I just didn't have any more charts. That was already 28 slides. So, but it showed how the team fanned out and went across to do this work. In summary, one of my favorite sayings comes from the Navy SEALs, and that is that the only easy day was yesterday. This is a collective effort for us to respond when these things happen. And I want to, first of all, call out the frontline folks at Memphis Light Gas and Water. Incredibly cold temperatures, digging in the ground, working with water in sub-freezing temperatures is not fun, but they do it. And they all showed up. The city of Memphis, Mayor Young and his team were incredibly responsive. I know the Office of Emergency Management, Antonio Adams and the team coordinated water distributions. I thank City Council for helping to coordinate water distributions as well. I think that was really impressive. It allowed us to focus on the main thing, which was getting the water system back. Memphis Fire Department, incredibly helpful, shutting off fire protection systems and working with us every day to make sure that we monitored the firefighting pressures to make sure we had enough pressure to fight fires. The Office of Emergency Management, who coordinated along with Shelby County EMA. Many of the hospitals, when pressures drop low, they worry about having their boilers operate. That's what heats and does their disinfection. So they coordinated tankers for the hospitals to connect up to make sure they always had sufficient water to run. It's a gargantuan effort. And obviously Robert Connect at Memphis Public Works. It was already challenging enough when you have low water pressure, but when you have 6 to 8 inches of snow that packed down and the streets turned to ice, it was very difficult to navigate for our teams to get wherever they had to go. So, and there are others, and MPD, I have them there as well. I will tell you, I should have put them on the communications page. MPD was part of that find and search. They reported many water main breaks to us, but they also retweeted and reposted. I think tweet's the right word. I don't know what it is, but they reposted all of our social media, and they have a very wide following. So I very much appreciate Chief Davis and her team for everything that we put out. They helped get the word out, so it was very helpful. The bottom line is for our customers, we are transforming our electric and water system. You've heard a lot about the electric system. You'll hear more about the water system. We are making investments here to meet these changing weather demands and also to improve the performance that all of you have come to expect. So with that, I'll stop and take questions that you may have.
Thank you, President McGowan. Councilwoman, speaking of social media followings, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, I believe, is first in the queue. Thanks for just trying to make us smile.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President McGowan, for that. And also, I was talking over here with Councilmember Green talking about our trials and tribulations last year in the snow and how it's different with boiling water for bottles and formula versus other things that you need. But one thing that when I was talking with my grandmother, who's also a retired educator, concerning the conservation texts and mobile alerts, when we're thinking about habits and behaviors and how maybe this is a larger opportunity for MLGW to think about how to usher in this type of behavior throughout the year, so that if this has to, happen during this time, this is something that we practiced before. This is something that there's been campaigns at school to talk about water conservation. This is something that they do at community centers on certain days, like practicing, like we do a lot when we talk about recycling and other needs, so that when it is time, it's not okay, everybody on Facebook talking about how they're not gonna do it, or how now everybody's turning their lights on and wants to water their grass in the snow, right? So just thinking about how throughout the year we can encourage and support these desired behaviors so that makes it easier when we have to do it. That's all.
Well, thank you so much for that, Councilwoman, because We've just done our strategic offsite with the executive team, and one of the things that we said, we want to make sure that we have this under brand and image, but what that really means is communication with and partnership with the community. So one of the things we talked about is getting a vehicle, one of those large vehicles that you can have information in, where customers can go in and pay, that we can take to the community for information sessions and to be more present in the community at community events, community centers, and take out of the community. So have a mobile MLGW community office and information system. So one of those big RV looking things that would help us be more present. You only have so many community offices, but you got to get out there and talk to people where they are. We can also use that in emergency response to provide some information to people and provide resources, things like Wi-Fi, those kinds of things. So
now, I didn't say go buy a new, buy something new now.
I'm not suggesting.
You a M. Caesar, that the Aquifer place, they have a big vehicle. 211 has a vehicle that we learned 2 weeks ago that ain't working. I ain't say go buy nothing new, but I like the way that you're thinking, but I don't want to be on record saying then you coming back with a budget for $600,000 for a new vehicle. But I think we're on the right path with
You're
that.
aiming a little low there, but anyway, no, but that's the point. Is what's the presence that we take out there into the community with a vehicle that you can get people to help? They could pay their bill on the spot. They could do whatever else. So as we mature that, again, I said it's a concept. We just came back from there's a lot of big ideas till the budgetary realities hit. So, but we're with you on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Green.
First, I would like to thank you for giving me on my birthday enough water pressure to shower before I came today. I know you should all thank him, honestly. I have two things I wanted to ask you about. One, going back to the communication and the texting, I got reports and personally got some of the text and not all of the text. I got all the text around the energy conservation. I got none around anything that had to do with water or water boils. And I had constituents saying the same thing on their pages. Well, I saw it, and I saw the maps, and I got a link, and so I'm not sure if there is a way for us to get people, like through your website, through your social media, to sign up for the texting to make sure we have everybody's right number and to make sure we're using them all. Like I said, I got some of them and not all of them, so I don't even know what that's about. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, of course, I've told many people that when I was out knocking doors, running for office, behind crime, my number 2 issue was MLGW, how high our bills were, the power shutting on and off, right? So I heard about crime and I heard about MLGW. So I know right before we were sworn in, this body, there was the vote on the 12%. I know it's over multiple years, the rate hike. How much of that 12% is going towards electric versus water infrastructure improvements?
100% to electric, 0% to water.
And when I drilled down a little in the in our pre-meetings, we had sort of a get up to speed City Council 101 class. And some of your folks came in and gave us a great presentation. And when I asked a little bit about the electric, if any of it was going towards salary, they mentioned that some was going to tree trimmers and some would go to increases for the line workers. But they also mentioned that there would be salary increases for the administration built into that 12%. So is it 100% infrastructure, or are there pay raises as well in that 12%?
So our budget overall includes personnel as well as infrastructure investments. There was a pre-planned pay raise for employees that was not part of that 12% increase. The 12% is all aimed at infrastructure improvements for the electric system. So based on the revenues that we have, the increase in revenues across the board, we share employee salaries across all of the division, but that was a pre-planned, and we took the 12% as the infrastructure improvement for the electric system.
So again, I'm trying to be really clear. 100% is going to go towards infrastructure.
Yes.
Okay. But none towards our water infrastructure. That's all going to come from the ARPA funds that we're receiving?
No. water money comes from the water rates that people pay. We cannot mix electric and water. So I have
Right.
to, if I have a rate action, I have to take a separate rate action for electric, a separate rate action for water, a separate rate action for,
But you mentioned
Gas.
$36 million from ARPA money coming towards water.
but
Yes?
that is, people have asked me, didn't you get water infrastructure? As I said, we've put 85 million in already. I have $40 million coming. Part of that will come from that ARPA funding that we received.
Hey, real quick, humble, are you good, Councilwoman? Okay, good deal. Thank you. Councilwoman? Sorry, okay. Number question? Councilwoman Wall?
Yes, thank you. To the communications piece, overall, I think you all did a great job, and everything that came my way, whether it was from you all or the social media outlets, I shared everything because that's what I do already, but I shared everything that came my way. I was wondering about the EMA effort. I don't know if everyone received the messaging, but I do think it's a great platform, so maybe we can explore that and see why some of the people didn't get the messages that were disseminated via that platform. And so that was just my only comment concerning that. But going back to the ARPA funds, so you said 85%, what is the other 15% being used for?
I don't recall saying 85%. So we've invested to this date $85 million since 2020 into water
Okay.
reliability. I have $40 million additional coming in 2024. Separately, we have, the city has received $102 million from the federal government through ARPA for water and wastewater. 36 million of that is coming to MLGW. That is part of the $40 million that we're spending in 2024 and 25 to rebuild the pumping station filtration systems.
So you said 36 million,
Mhm.
and then the other 66 million, what is that being used
It
for?
goes to the city of Memphis to the sanitary sewer system.
Meaning, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Sewers.
I know what a sewer is, so you're saying that's for sewer infrastructure
Yes, ma'am.
upgrade?
Sewer infrastructure upgrades.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President McGowan, for the communication that went forth. The only question, and I would like to have, and maybe we be more proactive with, is with the water conservation and the education part of it. And then we have to think about our senior citizens. I live in a very old community where there are a lot of senior citizens that did not have, did not get the alerts or didn't, get all of that. So we need to think and come up with a better plan for our senior citizens on how we can be more proactive in getting those messages to them in a way that can be effective to them, and would like to sit down and talk with you with a plan. Secondly is, I just heard Councilwoman's Green question along with Councilwoman Walker's questions about the infrastructures and about where all of this increase will be going. And you've answered it, but what I would like to see it on paper so we won't have to continue to keep asking you the same thing over and over on where this is happening, where this amount is going. The 12% is going. Is it going towards raises? Is it going toward, like you said, 100% infrastructure to electricity, 0 to the water, no salary, toward the salary increase? And so we won't have to be repetitive on asking you the same thing over and over. And if we can just get an outline and clearly see where it's going, I think that would be helpful for me as well. And to explain that for our customers, because we don't just want them to think that they got an increase and this money is just all over the place. We need to kind of get it in layman terms. And so when I get ready to go out to talk to the constituents, I can just break it down very plainly to them.
Sure.
And
Well, I appreciate that.
And thank you for all the hard work you did doing this time in the communication.
Thank you. And I'm certainly happy to talk to you about the seniors. If somebody has a better idea, I'd like to know it, because I'll do what I can. I was on every TV channel every morning for 4 days, and I know they watch TV. So I know it's painful. I know. Let me talk about the bills real quick since we mentioned the bills. And this is what I talked about before. Yes, we had an increase in electric. This is our winter bill comparison. And you'll see on the bottom in electric, last year, the average bill for 1,000 kilowatt hours of electricity was $115.
President McGowan, real
Yes.
quick. Council members, this slide right here is something that I believe we shared with y'all. Councilwoman Walker and I spoke with Doug, and our goal as the chair and vice chair of this committee, and I've taken notes on what everybody said, is to help lead with some of these communications internally to educate our citizens. So this slide was the first slide that we went over, and I appreciate you presenting it today. I just wanted to let you know, we plan on bringing one of these each week so that we can educate our citizens, because everybody said such great things today, but we can also do some work, I think, before we get to committee. So thank you
Sure.
for going over that.
And what this shows is, yes, because of the TVA increase in power that amounted to about 3% for our customers, and because of the 4% that we put in, the electric rate is up to $124 for 1,000 kilowatt hours of electricity compared to $115 last year. But you'll note in the red, that is the gas rate for our customers will pay for 200 cubic feet of gas this winter. It is lower by almost $15 than it was last winter. And so comparison-wise, winter bills will be lower. Now, it's all a function of consumption. So if you use your thermostat aggressively and you have it turned up very high, you're going to have a high bill. In the summertime, if you turn it down very low, you're going to have a very high bill. But I wanted you to see this because this is apples to apples comparison from this time last year. So just for information, we are very focused on trying to provide value for our customers.
All right. I think that's it for item number 2.
I actually had a question. I don't know if it went on.
Go for it, Councilwoman White.
Thank you. Again, President McGowan, I echo everyone else's sentiments in the response that we received in the past weeks. My only question was as it pertained to the water pressure issues that we had due to the breaks in the pipes. I know at one point you presented to us about how there's a system to detect breaks like with electricity. Is there any such system that exists for water? And then my second question, or the second part of my question, is some of the reasons that you stated were old pipes not being insulated. Is have you all considered what efforts, kind of like what Councilwoman Easter Thomas spoke about in the interim before we have another winter storm, how we can try to increase homes with insulated pipes, or what we can do preventative for those types of spaces that might be more prone to have a pipe bust?
Sure. So your first question is detection. We know that there's technology that helps us identify and locate where the breaks are for the electric system. That's what we're putting in. To this point, there are some promising technologies. I wouldn't suggest they are mature for water systems to detect leaks before they become apparent or to find weak spots in water systems. There are companies, and you could bet companies have reached out already saying, we'd like to help you with this. So we will explore every technology possible. The thing that we have done over the last few years is install more pressure monitors so we get an early look at where the pressure is dropping before it might become noticeable to anyone. And so that doesn't mean we're going to be able to stop it. It just means that we're seeing the pressure early on drop so we can start looking down the line at that. For individual homes, look, there are some homes that are brand new, well insulated, have modern technology and modern insulation, and they still froze up. It's just a very challenging, it's building to building, very specific, but we will, if we have recommendations for customers that they want to explore, we'll give that to them. But the tried and true method is to drip the faucets when it gets super cold and open the cabinets. The rest of it is going to be depending on how your specific home or business is constructed.
So just so that for my own purposes of clarification, so the water pressure, of course, is affected by the water leaks. But in terms of the water conservation portion, that would be something that would be resolved by creating more of the wells that you spoke of that we'll be getting more of. Is that right?
Well, the conservation is saving of water, and so we're trying to keep people to minimize the use so we can preserve it for essentially keeping the pressures up. What I mentioned earlier was that one portion of the solution is to have more wells that can produce more water so we can put more water out into the system to help keep pressures up when they break and to get as much water to people with no water. There will always be some times when there is a water main that's broken and you just can't get the water past that broken main because it's just leaking out and there's no water getting past it. But that is part of the remedy, is to put more production into place so we have more water to pump. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, thank you, President. Voting on anything here, so we'll move on to item number 1 on the schedule, but actually item number 2. Item number 2.
I'll just introduce it very quickly.
Yeah, real quick, hold on,
I'm sorry, go
President.
ahead.
It's a resolution to amend the City of Memphis Utility Assistance Program, all council districts. It's sponsored by Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. Is there a motion?
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
The team's going to brief you on this, but in short, we provide utility assistance from a number of sources, and they're distributed through a number of partners. We're finding a need that the limits that we have on utility assistance may not be sufficient to help customers, so I hope that you'll support our desire, based on customer feedback, to expand the limits of the amount of funding that can be provided to customers through these programs. That's essentially what we're trying to do.
Thank you.
Marla.
Yeah, motion's made by Councilwoman Ford and seconded.
All right, good morning. Thank you for your time today. My name is Maria Armstrong. I'm the Supervisor of Credit Operations at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. And with me is Marla Barbie. She's my manager. She's over payment services and credit operations. And today we're here to seek your approval to amend the existing contract between the city and MOG&W. And this program is funded by the City Council. I want to give a little background on the program for the new City Council members. The purpose of this program is to improve the quality of life for Memphis and Shelby County customers through the efficient and safe delivery of electricity, natural gas, and water. It's also to provide temporary financial assistance to eligible participants to avoid disconnection. And the goal is to provide a low-cost, efficient approach for the City of Memphis funding. This program originated in December of 2008, and the current partners are City of Memphis, MLG&W, DHS, and the Neighborhood Christian Center, also known as NCC. The program eligibility criteria is that you are a City of Memphis resident, head of the household, 100% totally disabled, or with a hardship that has documentation for at least 6 months, that you're an active utility account. You have an active utility account in the name of the applicant or the spouse, and you must have received a cutoff notice. And then there are some other eligibility criteria that we list down here for active military. The subsidy that is currently allowed through this program is $500 per customer per year. And we're asking for an amendment on that. We'll be discussing that later. The program awards $1 million each year to MLG&W to distribute, and that began in 2010. The program starts July of each year, and then the program ends June the 30th of the following year. So June 30th would be the ending of the fiscal year 2024 funding. My contact information is on this slide if you all need to contact me. 5-year history is on the next slide. You all do have this presentation. You're looking at it. Okay. The City of Memphis 5-year utility program history is shown here. and it's from 2019 through 2023. It just shows the funding allocation history as well as the customer history that we've served, as well as an average amount per each customer. And you can see in 2020 through 2022 that there was, we didn't utilize all the funding, and that was due to the pandemic and all the other sources of funding that was available for our customers. And right now, Marla's going to take over and give you the proposed amendments.
Good morning again. My name is Marla Barbie. As mentioned, I am the manager of payment services and the credit operations. As we are here to ask the the proposed amendments, there are 4 items that we are looking at here. The very first 2 are related to the 2010 resolution, and the next one is relative to the contract. So the very first one is stating in the current verbiage, it actually shows that the hardship has to be for at least 6 months. We're asking that that be changed to within the 6 months. Most people, their hardship may not last the whole 6 months, so we would like to have that verbiage changed to within 6 months. The next item actually shows one thing that Maria mentioned is currently we subsidize $500 per customer per year, and we're asking that that be increased to $700. As mentioned, we are seeing uptick, and part of that also is we have moratoriums, and typically during those moratoriums, customers aren't asked to pay. But once those moratoriums are lifted, they are then seeing an increase in what they owe. And so we're asking for that amount to be increased from $500 to $700. That would allow them to have more opportunity instead of going to so many different options. They could be serviced through that one option. The next item is from the 2008 contract, and the verbiage in there right now currently states that if a customer has received CSA funds in the last 6 months, they're not eligible for this particular grant. We'd like to have the opportunity to allow them to, if they are still in need, to be able to use any social agencies to be able to help with that need. And then last but not least, the last one is regarding an administrative fee for the Neighborhood Christians Community Center. NCC has been instrumental in helping us to distribute these funds over the last 3 years. Last year alone, they helped to distribute 37% of the funds, and they've been doing it with no administrative fee. They're asking for a 14% administrative fee to help continue to do the service that they have been doing. And we have Ms. Effie Jones here from NCC to speak on that behalf.
My name's Effie Johnson, and I'm the Neighborhood Christian Center, and we're very, very proud to be able to serve the city for 45 years. We've been proud to serve alongside MLGNW, not only with this effort, but also in serving air conditioners in the summer, and heaters and blankets in the winter, as we just did. So our work and what we do alongside MLGNW is because we have a compassion for our city. We appreciate when they reached out to us. We appreciate what you do. And so if you will accept our request, it's because we have had to add more staff, or I've had to add more staff time toward this because of us increasing the increased need and our willingness to serve more people. $100,000, $200,000 to vet those people takes time, because we're not just passing the money out. We are actually processing and asking questions and ensuring that the people asking for the help really need the help, and we're not duplicating services. So we want to continue to do that. We're very thankful for all that you have done to help this to be a possible opportunity for people in need. And I've done really good today because I didn't cry, but I love the people. I love the city, and what you're doing makes a difference when we hear those people hurting. So thank you. We're hearing for you, those that are voiceless and don't have an opportunity to sit here. So thank you. Thank you all for that opportunity.
Ms. Johnson, thank you for being a good person And thank you for singing to me on the elevator today. It was a great way to start the morning. But I sincerely do appreciate you and everything you do around town. And it's always good to see you.
God bless you.
I think Councilwoman Green has a question, and I don't know if anybody else is in the queue. But real quick, we got 5 minutes. I do want us to stay on schedule. And we also have Councilwoman White. So, Councilwoman Green.
I'm really jealous that you got a song because I was just saying, are you going to sing for us? That's what I was hoping for. My only question is, this is great. Thank you all for what you're doing for the people in need. This is what government should be doing. And my question to you is the 700 limit tied to anything, or is it enough? Like, should it be 750? Should it be 1,000? Like, I'm just wondering how that number came to be. Not that I disagree with it. I'm asking if it's enough.
Well, what we've noticed is that a lot of times the customers that come in, and NCC and DHS can testify to this, they do have needs that are above the $500 that is current. And so it's not everybody, but it is some. And so we want to just be able to fulfill that need as well.
In addition to that, you look at an average. So that's really where it's coming from, is what has been the average. Now, of course, it varies, but that's been an average.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman White, and then Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman White.
I had two questions, and I think they'll be quick. One, I was going to ask, with the $700 limit, does MLG&W waive like any fees once you get this type of assistance, or does it still just go towards any late fees or any fees that may be on the customer's account?
Late fees are not waived. The money, until the money is actually posted to the account, there's a process that we have to follow to get the payment on the customer's account. In the meantime, we do encourage that the customer pay on the bill, because until that money actually posts, yet late fees are still accrued.
Okay. And then the second thing I had is in terms of the 14% and kind of like Councilwoman Green, I'm not saying it's not enough is enough. How did you all kind of come to the not to exceed 14% of the distributed funds going to NCC?
Well, Effie, would you like to address that?
Do you mind asking that one more time?
I was just asking kind of where did the number of up to 14% come to?
I think that's come from best practices, and I think there's another partner. I don't want to say all the names because I don't know them all, but I want to say MIFA or something like that. There's other partners that have established the baseline, and so we just wanted to make sure that we were in line with whatever was appropriate. We didn't necessarily say it had to be a particular amount, but that was something we could reference that we knew was appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Ms. Evans. And then we had Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and then Councilwoman Walker. So
Thank you,
to
Chair.
wrap it up.
Thank you all for this. I did see that today the MLGW weatherization program opened for applications. How do you all work, or do you all work alongside with them? Let's say, I know this is for hardship, but depending upon their bill amount, okay, do we need to get this checked to see if something is going on with your home while your bill is this high? Like, how do those two things work together to ensure that the folks who are getting the assistance is just for hardship purposes and not because you have a weatherization and a hardship issue?
Thank you for that question, and you're correct. Share the Pennies actually did open today. A lot of that goes with the coordination. We definitely have to know who those individuals are, and they do have to sign up for the program. So it is a coordination effort. For the Share the Pennies, yes, ma'am. So there is a coordination effort. We do put out a lot of community information, communication as it relates to the program. They do have to sign up for the program in order to be eligible.
So I understand that. What I'm asking is there something that you all do that alerts you if a bill seems too high? your bill's $2,000 and you're asking for hardship assistance. But does it trigger you all to then send it to somebody, say, hey, maybe go check out these folks' house, see if they have a leak, see if it's somewhere installation, I'm asking about that coordination.
Yeah, so we're trained frontline staff to analyze the bill to see whether or not there's something there that's not normal. And then when we see that, yes, we definitely at some points we'll refer them to our residential services area that handle the weatherization to see if they can go out and find out if there's something possibly wrong. Definitely, we know what normal is, and we compare it over time. And if we see something out of whack, then yes, we will alert the customer as well as refer them to where we think they can be helped.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, I just want to say that I really appreciate this. It's definitely needed, and I know a lot of people will benefit from it. Memphis has one of the highest energy burdens in the country, as I'm sure you already know that the national average is about 4%. Here the national average is about 8%, and here it's about 6%, but in certain households, low-income households, that's as much as 25 to 28%. And just want to close with an energy burden is the percentage of your gross household income that you spend on utilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, what did you got? We almost called the question and had a vote. Sorry, go ahead.
Push this button. Thank you, Chair. As I was listening into the amount that you have increased to 700, and I was curious about that as well, but your late fees that are constantly being accumulated as we help those that are not able to pay, and we know our poverty level, and we know the numbers, and we know the data and the statistics. I don't want to get into that, but I think we need to really look at it and take in consideration about waiving some of these late fees, because it constantly grows and it does not help getting them out of their current situation. And so I think we need to look at a plan or get some action plan in place about these late fees.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Hey, and so I'm going to put that down on our notes. Again, this is our first committee meeting of the year, so Councilwoman Walker and I, just to wrap this up real quick, I'm excited. We've got bi-weekly meetings with Alonzo. We're going to go on site and try to bring each one of y'all, including ourselves, nuggets of information every week. Everything that y'all brought up today, we have listed down, and we're going to get back and circle back with y'all so we can address it for each one of you and our constituents in the city. So thank you, Maria. Thank you, Marla. No more questions. The motion's been made and seconded, so we'll do a voice vote on this resolution to amend the City of Memphis Utility Assistance Program as written today. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? All right, so the ayes have it. It'll go downstairs with a positive recommendation. Thank you, ladies.
to order. Mr. Isom, please call the roll.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman White.
Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda today. Just a reminder, the first 3 items we were not able to hear because of time, last council meeting, and the 4th is a new add. Before we start these 4 items, Mayor Young is here and would like to have a word.
Yes, I won't take a lot of time. Thank you all for having us here again. I think it was 2 weeks ago, we were here and we had another slate of appointments that you all reviewed and had an opportunity to hear from. We have a few more today, and I just want to reiterate some of the things that I said in our first discussion. I think the most important takeaway is that this administration wants to be a partner to the council. You have that in this administration. I think you're going to see that through and through. The recommendations that we are bringing forward are ones that I believe are going to be able to help lead this city into the places that we all want to go. We all have constituents that are asking and demanding better from our city, and that's what we plan to bring. I had a lot of great detailed discussions with each one of these persons that you're going to be talking to. They have the ability to get things done, and I just ask that you will give them the opportunity to serve under this administration. So I'll turn it over to you, Chair, and go in the order in which you have. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, first item we have is Director of Division of Solid Waste, reappointment of Philip Davis. Can I get a motion in a second? Motion by Councilman Canali, second by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. Director Davis, you can give your name and address for the record, and you can continue with your presentation.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis 38119. I've got a brief presentation, and afterwards I'm definitely happy to answer questions. I just want to let everybody know how much I appreciate your consideration and the opportunity to continue to serve. Good morning. I'm Philip Davis, the Solid Waste Director. I've served in this role about a year. I've been with the city about 12 years. I serve as the chair of the Shelby County Solid Waste Region Board. I also sit on the board of directors for the Tennessee Composting Council and the volunteer chapter of the Solid Waste Association of North America. Prior to the city, I worked at TDEC in a few divisions, most recently as the deputy director of the state solid waste regulatory program. I'm a licensed geologist and a SWANA certified manager. I have a bachelor's and master's degree in geology. Some of the accomplishments over the past 4 years: we've developed a cloud-based system that allows us to optimize our garbage routes and verify service. We've also reduced bulk waste collection response time from greater than 21 days to less than 14 days. We released the Memphis Curbside Collection app, a mobile app available for iPhone and Android devices that distributes information regarding solid waste services and schedules. We've implemented the current bulk waste collection model, scheduling bulk waste collection twice per month. Prior to this, there was no defined bulk waste collection service. We've implemented an employee training program for commercial vehicle and special equipment operation. We've implemented a fleet standardization program. We've permitted a composting facility. This facility can process commercial food and other organic waste and has the potential to bring organics recycling to the Memphis region. We've also improved our internal hiring and promotions, offering members of our team greater opportunities for advancement. Opportunities. I'm going to skip this one because I have opportunities for improvement on the next slide as well, and what I plan to do about it in the next 4 years. So, under my opportunities for improvement. So how will we improve speed and efficiency, which needs to be done? We'll use technology to evaluate routes based on volume and occupancy. We'll implement a fleet replacement program. We'll invest in our facility infrastructure. We need to minimize waste at the curb. How will we do that? We'll launch an aggressive communication plan for recycling and ordinances, communicating what is and isn't allowed. We'll establish a team to work with our partners to combat blight and target solid waste nuisances quickly. We'll locate and construct community bulk waste drop-offs. We'll establish best practices to reduce bulk waste volumes and explore alternative fee structures such as volume-based pricing. We have the opportunity to improve, minimize employee on-the-job injuries and property claims. How will we do this? We'll expand our training and safety programs. We'll explore the use of innovative technology and equipment such as automated side loader trucks. How will we expand customer communication pathways, which needs to be done? We'll start at the top, leadership accountability. We'll get visual with communications and communicate messages regarding delays related to weather and equipment issues, like we saw last week. We'll launch a program where supervisors and managers are more visible and accessible to our customers. A big one, how will we improve employee morale and relationships with our labor partners? We'll meet, we'll talk, we'll collaborate. We can learn from them. We'll improve wages. We'll work with labor and HR to establish a safety committee and training opportunities. We'll expand our performance recognition and bonus program. And finally, on organics recycling, how will we develop organics recycling? We'll incubate a public-private partnership to create a curbside organics recycling program. Again, thank you for this opportunity to continue to serve you and our customers. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director, for the presentation. So far, colleagues, we have Chair Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and Vice Chair Canale in the queue.
Madam Chairwoman, may I proceed? Sounds about right. So, colleagues, I think earlier today around, 8:30, earlier than I think I wanted to be here, I met with Director Davis as well as the Labor Union ASME, and we had some pretty robust discussions. And I think one of the things that, I wanted to relate to Director Davis and ASME, I thought I would never say this, which will be quoting Worth Morgan, Councilman Morgan. He said something along the lines of, it sounds like a marriage going bad. And what I told to ASME and what I told to Director Davis is, I think in order for solid waste and sanitation to work efficiently or effectively, we need them to work more as a partnership as opposed to a dictatorship. One cannot be successful without the other. And what happened today, it appears to me, and it appears to ASME, and it appears to Director Davis, and I think is, after talking to them, that they're all on the same page. And what I committed to was meeting with them monthly, so we're not getting all of those problem areas on the back end, but we're learning how to work through them in a very efficient fashion. And I appreciate Director Davis for his candor, and I appreciate ASME for their candor, because that's the only way we're going to be able to improve this division is with them working collectively together. And, to quote Mary Young, it's about a partnership. And nothing works without both entities agreeing that we have to step aside and put the interests of the people of Memphis before every decision. So it appears that they made substantial improvement. There are some issues, some legitimate issues that ASME presented, and the administration has agreed to address them. But also, ASME agreed to trust this gentleman here who's been tasked with a very tough job to lead the sanitation department, to lead in a way that is respectful, to let your yes mean yes, your no mean no. And I said it then and I said it now. Director Davis, although I'm not sure he knows what it means, he agreed to stand on business. But that being said, I think the parties agree to work together. I'm going to support Director Davis based on my conversation with ASME and conversation with Director Davis earlier today, and I ask that my colleagues do so as well.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Thank you for that, Chair. That was one of my questions to ask, how were you going to improve the collaboration and the communication with the union? So that is refreshing to hear that that conversation took place. But I just want to personally thank you, because I know that I call you all hours of the day. On the weekends, I call you best friend, because I'm calling you all the time. But you always respond graciously, and I appreciate you and your team, and just continue your hard work. I know it's a challenge, but you always rise to the occasion. So just thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Chair Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, since I joined this body in 2018, we've discussed issues with trash and solid waste. What I can say about Director Philip Davis is he's been the most responsive, devoted director that I have been associated with, and I'm talking about in all of city government. And whether it's nights or weekends, whenever I reach out to Director Davis, from the first point of contact to resolution for that conflict is the fastest of anyone that I've dealt with in city government. And the most rewarding part of this job to me is constituent services. There's nothing more rewarding than when somebody reaches out through text, email, phone, whatever, and has an issue. And we have it. And it can be as simple as a broken cart, a missing cart, missed trash collection. Director Davis has been on top of it and gets it done in the fastest manner of anyone else I've seen. So I support him. I have full faith and confidence in him, and I hope you will too, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sounds good so far. Councilwoman Walker, and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then Chair Smiler.
Thank you. My first question is dealing with the vacation days of the sanitation workers. If they have a vacation day, why are they required to work an additional day that week?
I think we're talking about holidays.
Yes, holidays, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Holidays.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. That in 2019, when we changed the service delivery model, we did change how we addressed holidays. That's been one of the sticking points, definitely with our employees and working with AFSCME. We're going to review the holiday collection schedule and see how we can make that right. We do acknowledge that our employees deserve time with their families around the holidays and everything else. We are going to be customer, focused on a solution that does provide quality customer service, because that's who we serve, but we're sensitive and committed to working with holidays.
So if they have a holiday, if there's a holiday on a Monday, between a Monday through a Friday, are they required to work on that Saturday?
Typically, under the current system, yes, ma'am. What would happen is we'd shift collection one day that week. So if you were a Monday customer and there were a Monday holiday, your collection day would be shifted to Tuesday, and then it would cascade down where Friday customers were serviced on Friday. That is the current model. That is how it's done elsewhere. But we've done some research and we've looked at other models that we believe we can implement. We're going to have to definitely work with AFSCME on double holidays, like a Thanksgiving where Thursday, Friday, or holidays. But I'm confident we can work to some resolution with our team to get the employees the time they deserve.
Okay, thank you for that. And also the bulk waste schedule. Why is the bulk waste schedule always off schedule?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because it was listed as one of my accomplishments. Yes, ma'am. I understand. So the bulk waste collection schedule was established in 2019. Prior to that, and this was the goal. We established a schedule because there was no schedule prior to that. We just came when we got there. And at the time, there was concern about the amount of debris on the street, the time it was sitting there. And we established this model Of course, what we've seen over time is bulk waste volume continue to increase, but we have not been able to increase the amount of resources, the people and equipment. Again, we've been talking with AFSCME about trash trucks and other opportunities that we may be able to implement to improve that service and maybe lighten the load on those bulk weeks because it's being collected on off schedule. But that is something that we're going to have to continue to work with AFSCME and our labor team on. We're going to have to do a lot of customer education as well for what's being presented at the curb that's not allowed in violation of the ordinance. But I'm confident we can get there.
Okay, and as it relates to the increase, I facilitate the PJA meeting for Whitehaven, so I'm well aware of how much we're dealing with, and I just want to make a point of that. But you mentioned about communication and customer education. Could we go back to the good old-fashioned PSA announcements surrounding this about littering and trash pickup? Is that a possibility?
Definitely, we can go. I mean, we need to double down on communication with our customers, with our constituents. I do think while I think the PSAs will be very useful, I'm committing to our management team, our supervisors and managers being more engaged one-on-one, because I think that's the most effective way to communicate with our neighbors, with our people in our communities, is one-on-one, being available to you for public meetings, being available in the routes for people to be able to see and ask questions to.
Okay, and if I may, I want to go back to the bulk waste schedule. So how are the priorities set for the pickup? If there's certain areas that are behind, how is the priority set for certain neighborhoods to receive services versus others? Because certain neighborhoods are prioritized over other neighborhoods. This is what I've been told by labor and management. So who makes the decision to go here versus there? And it's my understanding that the priority is based on due to who lives in certain neighborhoods, and some of those neighborhoods are occupied by some of the people who are sitting up here with me, some of my colleagues. So I'll just pause and let you respond.
Okay. So the scheduling is in A, B, C, and D, the Fraser to Raleigh stripe of the city, the medical district through the Baptist East section of the D is Area B, French Fort through the Neshoba area is Area C, and then down south Whitehaven over to Hickory Hill is Area D. So each of those areas, you would have bulk waste collection in like C and D would share equipment. And so in C this week, we would work from the St. Francis Hospital, Neshoba area over through French Fort this week in bulk waste collection. Were we to not we start Monday, out east and work our way towards the river as we do with all collections. Were we not to complete Thursday collection, say towards what would that be? Snowden, the Snowden Mansion, we would leave a few pieces of equipment in that area, move all the equipment because we have Monday through Friday customers in Area D. So during seasonal volumes, we do get behind. That's the strategy and how it's done. Again, in discussions with AFSCME, I believe that we can implement some strategies like the trash, like hand collection, doing more hand collection on off weeks to combat that. But I do think there's going to be a component of customer education and enforcement to make sure that folks that are flooding the system with waste that doesn't need to be presented at the curb that's tapered down, because we can't just keep adding people and equipment to the solution. We need to control the waste that's being generated.
I would agree with that, and I'm just moving forward. I'm waiting to hear back from people, and I'm hoping that there can be equity when it comes to, and I heard what you said, but, and I can't speak for my colleagues, but when I was on the campaign trail, I know some people heard more about crime, but I heard a lot about the trash, the litter, the illegal dumping. And so this is something that's very important to my constituents as well as the crime. And I just wanted to make a point of that.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm committed to working with you on that to combat that. I mean, it is very personal to people. I mean, we touch our customers in Memphis over 23 million times a year. Not everybody interacts with a cop every week, but we interact with our customers every week.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Chair Smiley, Councilwoman Logan, and lastly, Councilwoman White.
Thank you, Chair. Sitting here listening to you, Philip, and looking at your vision and your your 4-year plan, what saddens me is we're still eating out the same pot that killed MLK with the sanitation workers. I went out there and I talked with them, and I see one of your vision plans is the morale. And I stood in the rain and cold and talked with over 40-something sanitation workers. And what saddened me the most to see that we're still here fighting just to make sure that they're safe, to make sure that they have equal pay, that they're treated fairly. And so Chairman Smiley said he had a meeting early this morning with you and with Ask Me this morning. My expectation is to see exactly what's on this paper to be done. Partnership, Mayor has been talking about that. You've indicated that you've only been in this a year. So if we look at the whole scope of it, what Mayor is asking us, most of the reappointments haven't been there but a year or 2 years. So partnership, fairness, equality, and accountability. I'm looking and expecting you and Ask Me to work closely together and to get this city clean. It's not hard. It's not your way, their way. It's the way that the people and your expectation and what you said you can do. And that's the expectation. We're coming back here reappointing everybody in the last administration. And so this is nothing new that we're running against. Or we know what, oh, well, I didn't know. And oh, yeah, you know, you've been here. And so the expectation and the level of expectation has to increase. Has to, it must. We cannot continue. And I think I can echo this for my colleagues and for the city of Memphis, continue to do business as usual. So I hope, and my prayer is that you, and if you're reappointed, and Ask Me can sit down and work together collectively and align what is best for this city, not what's best for your pockets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair Smiley.
I was just in the queue to say, since, I think the understanding that we held these items for this meeting with the anticipation that this was going to be the deciding vote. So I would move that we make this item, add same night minutes to this item, whatever decision this body may be, but I would move to make this item a same night minutes item.
So just to be transparent, that was my intention for all of them anyway.
Okay.
So if you want to remove the motion, that way we can just go do it the same for the rest of them.
So remove the motion and do it.
We're going to do it anyway.
You're just going to
for
make
all
same
of
night
them.
minutes at the end of it anyway?
Mm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But thank you for making that clear. Can we hear the other two? Okay, thank you. Councilwoman in the queue. Okay. Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman White.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this, your presentation to Director Davis. We took a long time with the blight
you know what I'm talking about, task force. So I'm wanting to make certain that we're still moving forward with that. We had everybody on the task force. We took months to go over it. We had community input, and you all had some wonderful ideas, and we want to make certain that we're able to move forward with those. We can't keep starting at zero. So I'm glad that you all are still here to move forward. You know what the expectation is, you know what the council members are looking for, you know what the people are looking for. And I appreciate Mayor Young for understanding the need to be able to build on that, because you keep starting at zero every time you're gonna get nowhere. So that expectation is still there, that task force, I mean, that resolution is still in place. So I just wanted to hear from everybody in charge, those that are in charge, that we're still working from that.
Yes, ma'am. So there were a few things that were mentioned in here in the strategy for the next 4 years about the drop-off locations. Communication was very key in that as well.
Right, that's what I was saying.
And volume reduction. So communication is going to be like initial. We've got to start on communication. There will be some strategy involved in identifying locations for additional drop-off locations.
Okay.
But yes, definitely, we're moving forward with the Blight Task Force recommendations. Those were important to me.
And you all are collaborating, in environmental enforcement, public works, and everybody. And I'm glad that we have a new communications director. I'm hopeful that the communication will improve drastically. We had some great recommendations from staff, you know, in terms of utilizing technology and AI and all of that. And I think that is going to be a game changer for the citizens, and not keep having to do stuff paper and pencil. You know, all around town, you should be able to look at those QR codes and see updates on trash pickup or whatever, you know, all of those situations, be able to do a QR code on the equipment, that the trucks that are driving by, to see updates, you know. So I think we had an exhaustive look at what should happen, what it can be, and I'm glad to know that we're going to move forward. That's the most important thing to me, is that continuity, and to continue moving in an upward manner. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman White.
Thank you. I had a question, or for a point of clarification. It was my understanding that in terms of bulk blight pickup or bulk pickup, that there was some type of, I don't want to call it a task force, but there was some group from your department that was supposed to be just going around and identifying and picking up trash in different places, but not necessarily on a schedule, but people who were specifically responsible for searching out trash and picking it up. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We're establishing a strike team to assist with Public Service Corps and Public Works to identify blighted issues and attack those more quickly. It's going to be a larger strategy partnering with them, but yes, we're gonna have a strike team to do that.
Okay, so that's not something that's been implemented yet.
It is not. We're establishing that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And to accountability, I love that what the mayor started out with. The first mayor that I've ever heard say accountability, and to give his administration that whom he's picked a chance and an opportunity, and hold him accountable. We did not put a length of accountability on what we wanted to do, but he asked for accountability. And so we will be looking at that and holding the mayor also feet to the ground when he asks for accountability for these reappointments. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what you're going to do moving forward.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, I would like to make a motion.
Put on your,
I would like to make a motion that we table the reappointment
Objection.
of Mr. Davis for 6 months while we explore this intersectionality between partnership and accountability in the context of bulk waste.
Object.
I second.
All right, so there was a motion on the floor to table, and there was an objection. So therefore, we're going to take a vote. Roll
I
call
had a
vote.
second.
Yeah, so it's still a, yeah. Mr. Isom, can you do a roll call vote, voting yes? What'd you say? Voting yes tables the item for, what's the time you said?
6 months.
Tables the item for 6 months. Voting yes tables the item for 6 months. Voting no does not table the item.
Councilman Smiley?
No.
Woman Green?
No.
Councilwoman Logan?
No.
Councilwoman Swearengin Washington?
No.
Councilman Canali? No.
Yes.
Councilwoman Walker? Councilman Warren?
No.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
Yes.
Councilman Spinoza? No. Councilwoman White?
No.
So the no's have.
I'm in the queue.
And me. And me.
I'm sorry, Chair East Thomas.
No. So that motion to table has failed. Now we have Chairman Smiley in the queue.
I move that we approve Director Davis with same 9 minutes.
All right, the motion is on the floor to approve, reappoint Director Philip Davis with same 9 minutes. It has been seconded by Councilwoman Green. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This will be going down tonight for same 9 minutes. Congratulations, Director Davis.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your time.
All right, colleagues, we are moving to item number 2. Councilwoman White.
Okay. We're going to proceed and call item number 2, which is Director of Parks and Neighborhoods, reappointment of Nick Walker. And then I would like to acknowledge Michael and Easter Thomas for comment first.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Colleagues, I would like to recuse myself from this item of mediation and voting for possibility of financial interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Walker, you may proceed and also state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
If you can give me just a moment to download the presentation, we'll be ready in just a minute. All right, you can fire it up if you want to. Sorry about the delay. My name is Nick Walker. I am the Parks Director currently for the City of Memphis. You guys can read that, so I've just got some notes to kind of talk through. Personally, I think my biggest strength is as a team builder. I've been in the Parks Division since September of 2018. I took over as the Interim Parks Director in November of 2019. And I will tell you that at the time that I took over, I don't know that the atmosphere and the energy around the Parks Department was as positive as it is today. I spent a lot of time working really hard trying to get the team built together, to increase salaries, to increase the number of available full-time positions, and to really focus on the customer service that I think our citizens deserve. Also in that time, since I've been there, I've worked really hard to become more knowledgeable in the Parks and Recreation space. I'm one of 128 certified Parks and Recreation professionals in the state of Tennessee. Recently graduated from Director's School. I think it's important from a professional development standpoint that we make that opportunity available to all of the members of the team. And so the City of Memphis will pay for both the training and testing of any team member to get those certifications, to help them advance and to help them become better Parks and Recreation professionals. I think Memphis Parks is among the best Parks and Recreation organizations, not only in the state, but in the region. And I say that based upon awards that the division has received, but also just the feedback that I get. I go to every one of our activities. I've attended every Family Fun Friday that we have had in the last 6 years, and I have attended every large-scale event that we have, and I've been to every summer camp site. I'm personally invested in this, and I see the growth that is out there, and I see the potential of how much farther we have to go, but I'm very proud of where we are today. And then the last thing I'll note is that I am a Memphian. I was born here, moved away for a long time, but in 2018, when we made the decision to move our family here, you know, my daughter was born here. I'm invested in this location, in this city, and as much as I want to see our Parks Division grow because I'm a fellow citizen, I want it to be better for my daughter. My daughter turned 5 this last year. She'll attend our summer camp this summer. She's also been with me to every Family Fun Friday. And we jokingly in the Parks Department refer to her as our unofficial Parks playground tester. She's kind of partial to Audubon right now, but I think that's because it's the newest one. I think she's really gonna like Raleigh, or Kennedy when we open it here shortly. She's also a big fan of McFarland. There's a couple of amenities there that are slightly different. When I came aboard as the deputy director, I started working on our master plan. It was the first master plan that Parks had put together in 20 years. We joked at the time that it was old enough to drink. We rebranded Memphis Parks as a part of that process, including building a new website. And if you have not been to our website, it is amazing. It is easy. It helps you find amenities in the community centers and in the parks. We added member management software, workforce management software for park ops so we can keep up better with our cutting schedules and our trash pickups. And we added customer service roles to the regional sites. There are now 7 full-time employees who will work the front desk to make sure that when people come in, they know how to get signed up for a membership, where to go to the exercise facility, what the rules are. And those were things that didn't exist before I came into the Parks Department. I'm also really proud of the team effort that we had during COVID. I remember specifically where I was in my living room when I got a call from Chief McGowan at the time, and he said, "Hey, tomorrow we're going to take care of feeding all of the kids in Shelby County schools." And I was like, I didn't realize that was my job, but it quickly became it. And the team took on that role. The team took on handling that. We became virtual learning academies when the schools shut down. We drove doctors and nurses to the testing and vaccination sites in order to help facilitate that. This past weekend, we had 45 staff members who came out and braved the cold to distribute water. Last year, we had more than 100 show up as a part of the water distribution effort. It is It is a team that I am very proud to be a part of and very proud to lead. We recently applied for accreditation, which would make us just the 4th agency in the state to be accredited. And we do that not just to get the plaque on the wall, but because going through that process helps you identify policies that you need to update. It helps you identify ways that you do things that need to be improved. And we've already seen drastic things that we need to work on as a part of this. And again, this will help us when we apply for grants. If you're an accredited agency, it is bonus points as you apply for state and federal grants. And then software and tools, to me, given my background, and I didn't talk about this before, I'm kind of a weird parks director in that I have a master's degree in computer science. But that's been one of the things I've tried to say is let's find ways to use technology to make our service level that we provide to our citizens better. And 2 of those are Rec Desk, which the new members, you received your membership card today. Feel free to come by one of the community centers. We'll get you signed up and logged into the system. That allows us to know who's in the building and why they're there. It also lets us track usage of our facilities and the types of programming that we should have. It tells us people like yoga, they may be less inclined toward this program that you've been putting on, and that helps us shift our limited resources appropriately. And then, just getting half of our centers open during the snowstorm was incredible. And again, I think that's a testament because when we called staff members and said, hey, we need a minimum of 3 in the building. Are you going to be able to come in today? They said yes, because I know if I don't, then somebody who lives down the street from me is not going to be, their heat's not great. They're going to come by for a little bit and they're going to want to talk, but really they're going to try to get warmed up. And I heard those stories over and over again, and it again reminded me that our team's heart is in the right place. In terms of opportunities, I think there's a lot out there. I think the danger when you have a successful program and you've done well is to say, okay, we're here, we're great. We know we have a long way to go. And I think the way we get there is by increasing opportunities for fun, safe, and quality programming for children and families. We want more kids to experience the quality programs that we offer. I cite our Play Your Part program, which is unstructured play or unregistered play in the parks during the summer. So you don't have to sign up for summer camp. If you just need a place for your child to go on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, you can take them to one of our Play Your Park locations. The team that is in charge of that came up with a program called Spring Break Maine. And it's great. It's won recognitions and awards, and I'm grateful for that. But what I see when I see that is we need to have 10 more of those. We need to have 20 more of those. And that is my goal over the next 4 years, is to work on those types of things. A rising tide does lift all boats, but Memphis is a big boat. It's going to take partnerships. It's going to take us working with people in the community, particularly in fields outside of our core programs. People talk about us doing things with opportunity and at-risk youth. And while there is certainly some space for us to do that, we need authentic voices in that community to help us deal with the needs of those communities. I point to what we are currently doing at Greenlaw. I think that is a great pilot program where we're working with community services, the county agency, to bring in those resources into that site. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, wherever she disappeared to, pushed funding to allow us to do that this year at that site. And so working with a community task force, we've identified some programs and some needs in that community, and we've really pushed for that. In terms of my vision for the next 4 years, I really want to measure outcomes and not just attendance. And I say that saying that I just got us membership cards so that I could accurately track attendance. But to me, in the long run, let's measure things like summer reading learning loss, type 2 diabetes, reduced rate swim lessons that lead to lifeguards that lead to lifelong swimmers, summer camp attendees that eventually become Office of Youth Services ambassadors. Things like that, to me, show the positive outcome that we can work toward. And then I want to identify our weaknesses, both facility-wise and programmatically, and find ways to fill those gaps. We recently spent $15 million doing deferred maintenance on our community centers. And the thing that I learned most from that was that $15 million isn't that much money. Not when a new roof costs you $500,000 and a new air conditioning system for a large facility is $750,000. That's where most of our money went. But a building has to be dry and warm before it is usable. So now that we've addressed that, we need to take a look back at those facilities and again say, are these the buildings that we need? And again, I think that takes time, but that's what we're dedicated and focused on. And then lastly, I want to make sure, there was recently a press conference to talk about our strategies on crime and bringing in all these agencies and all these partners. And I agree, that is vitally important. I just got emails this morning about car break-ins at one of our centers. I think that's huge. But I want to make sure that we take the same approach to children that we have to crime. Creating a task force that meets regularly and has meaningful measures to say, how are we doing successfully on this? Because, again, I think it's important that we treat youth crime as the result of poverty and lack of resources instead of treating children as criminals. Because when you start from that position, we have nowhere to go positively. But when you say, let's provide these resources, let's increase the quality of the activities that we can provide for kids, I think we have a long-term opportunity there. And again, I'll close in saying this. I love this job. I don't know that I knew how much I would love it when I started 5 years ago, but I do. And I think if you talk to the people on my team, you'll hear that I not only love it, I love them. And I want to see them succeed so we can all succeed. And I hope y'all give me that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. First in the queue, we have Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Nick, whose responsibility is it for follow-through when we are putting in our request for repairs or concerns with the community center? Whose ultimate responsibility is it?
I think ultimately it's mine. I mean, there are several different groups that handle improvements or projects, but at the end of the day, if it's a parks facility, it's mine.
How can you ensure that there's a better form of follow-up and communication to make sure that things are getting done?
I will tell you that there were two conversations that I had when Mayor Young came to me and talked about my desire to continue in doing this job. And the first was that as it relates to any project or anything that is council-driven and we have a conversation about it, we need to have an actual conversation. Because when there is a desire for something to be done, and then either the funding or the push for it to be done on the administration side goes away, you're in that position that you just asked. Who's ultimately responsible? And I said, I don't want to live in that universe. And he said, you're not going to, because these conversations are going to be had as a group. We're going to come together, we're going to decide what we want to do, how we want to fund it, and then we're going to do it. As it relates to your direct question, which is if there is a problem with a basketball goal or a scoreboard, how do we make sure that that happens? Mm-hmm. The relationship with general services and the contractors that we have to do the work, I believe those things are improving as well. And that, again, is a reflection of what do we prioritize. And I think from the voices I've heard from the administration is that they want to prioritize getting those things done. And so I will say that is how I think it will change.
I wonder, when we're putting in requests, is it necessary to make sure that we are communicating with general services as well as parks?
I think so, because I will tell you this, and Director Adams, because unfortunately I don't see Director Jamison here, Chief Adams, I apologize. The way it works is major systems in the building. So heating, air, roofing, plumbing, I think that's it. Electric, yeah, is all the domain of general services. If there is a broken basketball rim or a scoreboard that is not working, although it involves electrical, that's us. So what I would say is, I think it's not a terrible idea to contact both, and maybe a situation where they don't care, but that'll be on their list as well. So I think that's a good solution. That's a lot of words to say yes.
Well, I know my constituents, they get frustrated when they ask us for things and we call ourselves communicating and submitting it. And when it's not done, they feel disrespected.
Yes, ma'am, and I think, and I certainly understand that frustration, and I don't want to shy away from that, and I don't want to dismiss it, because it is. when somebody walks into a facility and it's not to the level that they deserve, it is disrespectful. And I agree that is something we desperately need to work on.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Guys, if you recall, I was our representative on the COVID task force, and I just was going to say until Mr. Walker talked about it, how every time we needed something special done for kids within the system that required bodies on the ground doing something, Mr. Walker was able to mobilize parks, and to a large degree, libraries were part of this, to be able to sort of fill the gap where our school system that was closed could not do it. And over again, they did that. And I think part of what I'm hearing him say now that I think we need to make sure we do is we need to allow him to proceed. Because I think at times he may have wanted to do things that sort of got lost in the shuffle and he was not in a position to continue to push forward. And I think with our new mayor, Mayor Young, we're going to see a push to be able to do more of this. I wholeheartedly support his nomination and would encourage my colleagues to vote for him. And let's turn him loose and get more services for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Director Walker, for your presentation. I just want to make certain, we've talked several times about a holistic approach. That's one thing I do appreciate about Memphis. I did appreciate and still do appreciate about Memphis 3.0 is the plan. Everybody adopt the plan. We can build from a plan. We can take away, add, we can look at, we can measure. If you can't measure, you can't manage. So I just want to make certain that you're committed to, and I do feel Mayor Young is also aligned with that, working from a plan, because just dibbling, dabbling, hitting, missing here and there is not going to get us where we need to go. So it's, that assessment that is being done, engaging the communities, taking a tour of the communities with everybody and looking at those priorities. That's kind of what we did with Memphis 3.0. We did the community tours, and it's a model that worked, even though that was just land use. I'd like to see us continue with that plan, and we're building on, just like we're building on the land use, we're building on this one. So I appreciate that, and if you're committed to that, I'm good. I do understand that as all of us had to pivot during COVID. So the hopes and dreams and plans that we had, there was a higher intention for some of us, being in these places during COVID that, no one knew that was coming. When we came on board, we didn't know, but I do know that it was in the future for all of us. And so we had to pivot. And now we're able to circle back, and I think, you should have that opportunity to continue the work that you've started. I do appreciate you always listening and understanding, even though your hands were tied in some cases. We'll be able to see progress now that will be meaningful for our communities, and we are going to hold you accountable for that as well as we're being held accountable. So thank you for that.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. The question is, what is your long-term goal to keep the parks safe for our children in the Black and brown communities? And how can we enjoy our communities walking on the tracks with all this debris and glass and overgrown trees and playground equipment for our children? So what is your long-term goal?
No, I think that's great. I mean, and it's something that, just as Memphis is dealing with crime, parks are not immune from that. People don't stop those activities at the edge because it says Memphis Parks. We are going to have conversations internally about what resources we want to dedicate to that. I will tell you that right now, we don't have dedicated security funding in Memphis Parks. We For our large-scale events, we will bring in private security for the Family Fun Fridays and for really any PYP event. So if we're going to have a couple hundred people in a park, we'll make sure that there's security. And then for our rentals at the community centers, we require security. But we haven't done that yet. I did some back of the envelope math, and to have one full-time security officer at the community centers for every hour that we're in operation is about $1.8 million a year. And in a budget the size of ours, we don't have that right now. That is something that, again, we would be happy to bring and have conversations about. But that's the conversation we have to have, is do we want to do that? And then the second part you're talking about is the environmental safety of a facility. It's the broken window theory, that if there's a broken window in your neighborhood, it's more likely to invite crime. We have worked hard to cut our cutting cycle down to 17 days. That's what we're funded for, to cut the grass once every 17 days during the cutting season. We do trash pickup of the actual trash cans every day, and we try to do litter pickup every 3 days. And depending upon the neighborhood and how much blight is a concern in that neighborhood, that varies how effective that is. We have talked about the fact that 100,000 people use our community centers, but 650,000 people drive by our parks. And so from that perspective, we will always advocate for more funding for park operations so that we can cut those cycles down. Because again, if your neighbor didn't cut their grass but once every 2.5 weeks, you might have a conversation with them. And yet we are funded to do that in Memphis parks.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Whose responsibility is it for the upkeep of the Bellevue tennis facility?
It is a combination. So Bellevue Tennis Facility, in a conversation with council last year, when Tennis Memphis's contract was extended, council asked that we bring in a third party called Excess Tennis, which is a group out of Chicago, to operate the facility. It is their job, as a part of their contract, to do routine maintenance on the building. That's mopping, picking up trash, running the facility. Any issues as it relates to deferred maintenance in the building, it falls back to that list we talked about before. If it is lighting, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, or a roof, that's going to be general services. Anything else would fall to parks above a $5,000 cap. So if there's a hole in the wall because somebody trips and punches a hole in the wall, that's the responsibility of the operator up to a $5,000 cap. And then once it gets above that, Memphis Parks would step in and we would work it into our capital repairs budget and make those repairs. Hopefully, there's a lot of words, but hopefully that gives you an idea of the responsibilities.
I had some constituents to offer concerns about the upkeep. So I'm asking that you all be intentional in communicating those three parties to make sure that it's up to par.
I will tell you that I have concerns too. We've received that same feedback, and we have asked, it's a weird arrangement is the way I'll say it, because they are a subcontractee to Tennis Memphis. So I've asked Tennis Memphis to access to be responsible. If at a certain point we have more concerns, the three of us will have a meeting, and we will make sure that this situation does not continue much longer the way that it is current, is the way that I'll put that.
Thank you. I have a question. In terms of you all's communication or collaboration with Public Works, so my question is not so much the facilities, but the grounds around the facilities. So for instance, the grass cutting or the overgrown weeds and trees and those things. What, if any, collaboration do you all have with Public Works in identifying those areas to make sure that around the community centers actually look like a place that people want to go and visit?
Okay, let me make sure I understand correctly. So we're talking about not city-owned property that is near the site. That's actually,
Right.
I'll tell you, I'll just be honest. I don't know that we have a lot of those conversations today, but that's it's very similar to the Pathways to Schools idea, in that if we want people to feel welcomed and invited into our community centers, we have to broaden our approach. I think that's literally something I can take away and have a conversation with Director Connect and Memphis City Beautiful about after this. That's a great idea.
Thank you. I would like to see you all do that. Anyone else in the queue? Are we doing same night minutes too? Okay, go ahead. Do I have a motion?
Move for the approval of, I would say your first name. Lily is the first time I've ever saw it.
Let's not do this. Let's not do this, man. Come on, there's people around. Come on.
You know, motion to approve Director Nick Walker with same night minutes.
We have a motion by Chairman Smiley and a second by Councilman Ford. For same night minutes.
Who knew this was his real name?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any objection? Item
Yes.
so moved.
I was about to.
One, yes.
But the way the ayes have it.
Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you.
Okay, cool. I'll get them.
The way the mayor looked at me, was like, don't say it. So I was like, I'm not gonna say it.
What's JD stand for, sir?
I wish it stood.
How much did you want to start about JD? And I'm Jerry Diane, I hated Jared, but I thought I wouldn't answer and I would look stupid.
JD is JD. It's legit.
I could have been.
Thank you, Vice Chair White. Colleagues, we still have 2 items left on this agenda, by the way. Item number 3, Director of Public Works, reappointment of Robert Connect. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it. Second.
Motion by Vice Chair Canales, second by Councilman Ford. Director Connect, when you're ready, you can give your name and address for the record and then move into your presentation.
All right, thank you, Chair. Get situated here. Good morning still, actually. So, Robert Connect, 125 North Main. First, I want to take an opportunity to thank all the brave women and men in Public Works who did an amazing job this last 10 days. They worked tirelessly, 12, 16 hours, many of them. And I was very proud of our division, how well we responded to that. So I want to take a moment to just recognize them and for what they did. And next, I want to thank Mayor Young for his vote of confidence for me in reappointing me for this job, this opportunity. Like many have heard, I absolutely love this job and what I do. I'm still incredibly passionate about our city, our employees, and helping our citizens in every way that we can. I think this is like evidenced by the fact that, you know, for most of my professional career, I've been a public servant. If you factor in my time with the city and the military, I've been over 25 years of public service, and I'm proud of that. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you, especially on strategic initiatives that, as part of the Young administration, we can deliver to our citizens. And because this job is about collaboration, coordination, and in order to be successful, I need your support, assistance, and I think that'll be demonstrated in the presentation. And lastly, I want to talk about, I'm not going to do that first slide. I think it's pretty much self-explanatory before I go in, but I also want to say that, like, for example, of how we do and try to communicate with the public. This last week, I did 19 media interviews and communications with the public, trying to keep them up to speed on what we were doing and understanding and how we were responding to the event. So in terms of accomplishments, you know, I think some of the things that we'll focus on are many blight-related accomplishments you'll see. We focused a lot on illegal dumping and previously because it had been becoming a major issue before COVID, but during COVID, it really grew exponentially. We also added a new second shift code enforcement, which I think is really instrumental in helping us address code violations that do not incur Monday through Friday from 8 to 4. Since we've added that, we've been able to be more present in the community and working to get more activity and addressing violations and making it more convenient for the violators as well because of this move towards zero tolerance. We've also installed, you know, technology into our fleet so we can not only track and monitor, but we can keep employees safe. You know, I'm a huge technology guy. In the military, I was a technology expertise, and I've always kind of used that philosophical view now because we're working with companies like Google Google Cloud and Spring ML on development of AI and machine learning and deep learning projects that are aimed to increase our proactivity. Because given our resources, there's only so much we can do, and most of what we do is reactive. Proactivity helps us. We opened a convenience center at 304 Collins Street. That was something that we started, and very proud of the success there. We've had a lot of participation from the public. We also created and operated multiple dumpster days where we went into each council district, brought dumpsters, collaborated with solid waste, and gave another option to citizens to combat illegal dumping. Working with DPD, we successfully created and implemented a short-term rental registry in response to some of the issues that were brought to our attention by members of this body. We've also created a Public Works Citizens Academy to be more engaging and educational with our citizens. We've also created and have been now many years and many successes Public Works Emerging Leaders Program. We want to reinvest in our employees. We want to give them chances to grow, to enhance their skills, and give them opportunities to improve upon their leadership. We also recently, or almost recently, completed a citywide street condition analysis, the first time ever in the history of our city, because we needed to better understand what the condition of our roadways are and try to develop a more comprehensive street resurfacing plan. We've also tripled the number of code violations that we refer to environmental court. We have limitations in regards to what code enforcement can do, so pushing more violations to environmental court helps to make those, raise us to the level of the court where that has more authority to take actions against the property owners. And we purchased and deploy over 100 illegal dumping cameras, which we utilize heavily to combat illegal dumping as well and help gather the evidence we need to prosecute. So what opportunities are we talking about? So I think it's important that we continue to focus our energy on combating illegal dumping. I think we need to increase staffing to support blight initiatives. More to be on that in the next slides. I think the Blight Task Force recommendations, we've embraced those. We want to proceed with those. There's a lot of great opportunities there. We want to focus resources on the most challenging blighted properties. We need to take advantage of strategic partnerships with TDOT, Clean Memphis, and our CDC partners on littering and cleanups. Need to identify opportunities to increase the financial burden on negligent and absentee property owners. And we need to hold them more accountable, make it more convenient for them. We need to partner with MPD on new tactics towards criminal and blighted properties, this chronic nuisance issue. I want to make sure we focus our energy on energy independence and sustainability initiatives. We want to make investments in wastewater collection and treatment systems. Since we have 2 utilities under Public Works, those are really important to our success, not only as maintaining our systems, but achieving the growth that we want through Memphis 3.0, so we want to focus on that. Obviously, with public utility costs, rate increases happen, but we want to utilize diversified rate structure to minimize the impact on those who can least afford it. I want to increase street resurfacing, more paving. I want to increase street preventative maintenance, increase local minority business participation. We've been hugely successful there, but we can continue to grow that. I want to petition the state to increase the used tire fees and make Memphis recipient of this funding. That's a great example of where I would definitely need council's assistance, because that's going to take us, many of us, to get the state to understand the need and why that funding will be helpful in addressing the issue we have with used tires. We definitely want to continue to public engagement, education, and participating in our PGAs. We are always in PGAs, and we want to be more in PGAs because that's our best way to help continue to hear from the public directly and to help them understand what we're trying to accomplish together. It's a partnership. Then a CDL program for employee career growth. Obviously, that's a challenge for most of the divisions with people with commercial driver's license, and we have some ideas for that. So what is the vision, and what's our 4-year plan? I want to add a second in-house street maintenance paving staff. We have one now, but I think with some partnership with MLGW, we have some, talking to Chief McGowan, President McGowan, we have an idea how we can fund street maintenance ISLs, increase service levels, which would also increase our street maintenance complement for preventive maintenance, which is not so much potholes, but more cut and patch, more reliable repairs to roadways. I also want to increase our complement of code enforcement and environmental enforcement officers. Again, that is strategically more towards blight and more activity around properties that are more challenging, the more chronic nuisance ideas. I also want to create a comprehensive, all-inclusive rental registry program. I've talked about this before. I have not been able to accomplish it. The state preempted us, but there's a lot of activity going on right now towards that. And I think that would be a huge win for our city because rental properties are one of our biggest challenges. They account for 3 times the number of code violations, and just the difficulty in communicating with the owner is what the registry will help us effectively counter. And part of what the future holds, I think, is to implement and collect fines and fees for code violations to offset general fund cost. I mean, those people who create the violations should pay for the cost of the services we provided. I know the general fund is there for that reason, but I really think it should only be a subsidy, not the main source of the funding. I think there's a future for that. And so we have been working on a way to execute this and hope to see that happen in the next year. I want to add 4 more convenience centers. You know, convenience centers have been a huge success. I definitely think that there's an opportunity there. That's a partnership with you as well because it's funding based. But I think the deferred costs that we spend on just collecting illegal dumping will offset that. Again, more annual dumpster days in each council district. Would like to expand that. So get more opportunities to make legal ways for citizens to dispose of their unwanted bulk waste. We want to increase Memphis City Beautiful's public engagement and activity. They're our biggest footprint and actor in working with citizenry, getting them to participate. You know, we have, and they've been really great. I mean, we talked about with parks a second ago. We have the Adopt the Park program. We have Adopt the Block program. So we have many ways that we're engaging the citizenry to help us, not only from an educational standpoint, to help us do more, because we need their intervention. You know, littering doesn't happen because city employees litter. Littering happens because citizens primarily litter. And that's the challenge for us, is to combat that and get them to think about their choices and provide them with a way to make a better choice. And I understand the implications of that. I want to we're going to deploy a blight detection tool for more proactive code enforcement, that Google AI project. We can do with that technology so much. I want to also create and deploy an infrastructure detection tool where it help us better manage our infrastructure. Again, that's a Google AI machine learning opportunity. I want to double the frequency of street sweeping. We've been working on this idea. We're getting, I think, ready in the next year or 2 to be able to accomplish that with more investments in street sweeping, but also a new system to systematically sweep our streets from 2 to 4 times a year. I want to execute a master plan for our wastewater and stormwater programs. I have an ambitious goal to construct a very large solar farm for one of our treatment plants that sees a lot of merit from our sustainability initiatives. I also want to develop a wastewater gray water reuse to offset demands on the aquifer. There were discussions with TVA, and there's some, and we are also major water users. So we have an idea, we're moving forward with that, and just going to be hopefully in the next 3 to 4 years, be able to execute that. And then more Public Works Citizens Academy, because obviously that citizenry engagement, education is very important. And again, it's more about education. And then in closing, I want to say I look forward to working with each and every one of you to execute this vision. So then I am requesting your support and affirmation for my reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Connect. We have so far Councilwoman Logan, Chairman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, and Councilwoman Green in the queue. Will. Councilwoman Logan.
I might pull myself out of the queue if it goes crazy too quickly.
Okay. Chairman Smiley.
All right. First of all, thank you for putting yourself up for service. I'm going to be just real straight with you. You know, part of what I've attempted to do is just, you know, get a general pulse of this body. And I think some of the issues that this council has had with your department and with you in particular is the responsiveness. And when we ask a question of you, it's like we get a very circular answer, and it always is no. And I think, and I'm just trying to, get this out the way so that you can have time to process what this council has been consistently saying about the previous administration. I think Mayor Young's vision is, he always talks about a partnership. And a partnership, in my belief, is a partnership goes both ways. It can't always be a no. Literally, the only thing this body hears from you is why we cannot do something, as opposed to figuring out how we move forward together. I've been talking about it since we were sworn into office. Well, talking about it prior to becoming the chair, as the vice chair, talking about how we move forward together, and the fact that this is a co-equal branch of government, meaning the decisions that this body make should matter. And it doesn't, and for some reason, the previous administration did not understand it, undermined us every step of the way. And, just to be candid, it appears from this body that you play a part in that, because you always told us no. It was never a situation where this body felt like we were empowered or heard from. And all we attempt to do is echo the sentiments of the people who elected us. We want you to truly be a partner in the work for the people of Memphis. That's one thing. And second thing is, I get it too. And I've heard the same comments about me. So it's not just you. I've heard the same thing about myself. It's our tone, it's our pitch, it's how we make people feel after having a conversation with us. I think that matters going forward. And I'm trying to choose my words carefully, because some of the words that I heard were not nice. So, as you process this information, before the other council member asks their questions, really think about, and I always think about, after I have a meeting, after I talk to people, I say, was it a good reflection or representation of who I am attempting to be? And if I F up or mess up, I try to figure out how to be better. I don't know what this body is going to say to you today, but what I do know is how you approach people. Try to be better. How you leaving people feeling after an encounter with you. Be mindful that, I'm going to quote Carl Johnson, the late great Carl Johnson Sr. He would always say this, and I tried to figure it out, as a younger person. He would always say, every day is election day. I didn't understand it. But what he was saying is, how you leave people feeling matters. If people think you're a bad person, it matters. If people think you're, pretentious, if people think you're someone that, is dismissive, all of those things matter. The pushback that I've heard from council members, the pushback that I heard from people in your own department is you're dismissive. You come off as if you know more than everyone else. And you probably do. You've been in a position for a very long time. But it's trying to make people feel as if you're truly taking into consideration. But, not necessarily just making them feel like that, truly taking into consideration. I've heard some very harsh comments about myself, and I don't like them all. But what I attempt to do, and I'm not perfect at it, but what I attempt to do is figure out how I can be the best version of J.B. Smiley going forward every single day. We gonna fall short because we're imperfect people, but let's figure out how we can be the best version of Director Connect. Because, you have some people who are singing your praises in terms of your knowledge of the vision, but what's been said consistently across the board is his attitude. That's the way. His attitude. So take these comments into consideration. It's not to belittle you, it's not to demean you. It's some of the things that I've heard about myself. Like, take into consideration, take heed to that, because we're all in the same business. It's the business of, trying to make the city of Memphis the best place it can be possible. And when you're leading a division, whether you're on the council, whether you're the mayor, heavy is the crown. Heavy is the crown. Thank you.
I appreciate those comments very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We have Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for circling back to me. I had a couple of questions that was somewhat related to that, even though I haven't experienced it. I have had constituents and colleagues that have. But my questions are specific because it'll help me understand. For instance, I know we've had a lot of trouble or challenges with grass cutting, whether it's the vendor, whether it's the, the money or whatnot. So a lot of lots and a lot of places have just been left high and blighted. What do you plan to do differently, even something like that, the grass cutting? Because that was a major issue during this past 4 years, and potholes. And to the point, or one of the statements Chairman Smiley made was saying no. And I do understand that, there may have been some limitations, but what do you plan to do differently or hope to see differently in situations where you had to say no previously for whatever reason?
So I'll respond first to the question about grass cutting. We are, relying on contractors. I have worked to increase our in-house cutting complement because we would like to have flexibility to cut. That's something that we've been working on to slowly, with minimizing our need for example, increasing our staff, which is a budgetary impact. But we have been working on that. We've been working to vet our contractors better. Sometimes we bring contractors on, and I want to talk about that program specifically. That's considered what we call a sheltered market program. And so it's 100% minority business owner only who are involved in that group of cutting the vacant and abandoned lots. So, capacity for them to work and perform that work is something we have to monitor and see how effective they are. Some are excellent at it, and some have grown and prospered very well under that program, and that's a success. And some have struggled, either because of the limitations on the workforce, or they didn't understand how much we're asking of them. They didn't have the right equipment. There's a lot of things that we have to deal with that we shouldn't have to deal with to accomplish this, but my staff does it all the time. And it is frustrating to the citizens because all they see is we don't cut the grass as quickly as they would like to see it. And the other thing is there's so many of these properties out there. There's 9,000 of these properties out there regularly that require us to cut over and over again. And yes, we are making big investments in it. I mean, we're spending like $2.5 million a year cutting lots. And we recoup, 28% on average. So, I mean, it is a big investment. And so we've talked many times about ideas about increasing that. We cut these properties maybe twice a year, maybe 3, depending on how many complaints we get. But that's not going to keep it down to 12 inches or less like the ordinances say. So, I mean, we're trying to improve the quality of the contractors that we have and ensure they are truly capable to do the assignments quickly. We're also trying to do more in-house cutting so we can do, if we have a problem getting something, it becomes a high priority. We can shift those resources, those personnel to cover that. Then those are just ways we're trying to be more proactive with the resources that we have.
So I had a question. I didn't mean to cut you off, but you mentioned sheltered market contract. So, and that I'm not certain if I recall us discussing that in committee previously, or I know we've talked about contractors, subcontractors, but we haven't talked about that. So I hear you saying that while you were saying no to us and constituents, there was a reason or there was some backstory to it, which sometimes we may not have known that, but it would have been important to know all that's involved, because I hear you say that there are minority contractors that have that contract. And some of them, you were saying some of them are not prepared or not capable of servicing at the level that we needed. And that impeded upon your department from being able to have the service delivery model that we look for. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I say it's a combination of that and the fact that, we're proactive. I mean, we're reactive. So we have to get the call. The ordinances are very specific. You have to give the owner notice in time to correct. So, and that process has to fall in line with, us monitoring, verifying, and then sending people back out at least twice to see what the situation is.
Okay.
And then
I don't mean to interrupt you again, but I do see where you're going. So I would want to ask Chief, what's going to be different because what I'm hearing him say is my hands are tied. So is there going to be anything different that we can look forward to under his leadership?
So, yes, ma'am, there will be more indirect attention. So to kind of explain what Director Connect was trying to get out. So when a vendor does make the property or come to the property may be in a state or a condition that he or she may not be able to address at that time because the grass may be at a certain state or the property may be at a certain state. You may have tires, you may have other debris that they cannot remove at that time. So they may have to contact another vendor, which then adds time to the remediation to the property. So what the public sees is just time ticking and ticking and ticking. And of course, we do have finite resources in-house. So by the time you go out and you cut the property, there's time that went. Okay. So with respect to that, what Director Connect is mentioning now is deploying more technology so that we understand what lots that we need to address sooner. We are going to collaborate sooner with the courts, of course, to address and with landowners. What he didn't mention, which is kind of premature, quite honestly, is he's working with the state as well to work on legislation and has been working with absentee landlords to address that. So that's something he's been working with for years to develop a registry. So there are things that this particular administration will deal with robustly to address so that one, the true owner will address their property. And if the true owner cannot address their property, we will then be proactive in making sure that we address the property before it gets in an outrageous situation. So those are things that he's been doing and will continue to do.
And when you mentioned vetting the contractors, I think that's, and I'm just using this as a specific example because it touches other points. Vetting, if you know that these contractors are not qualified to do the types of jobs that are in Memphis that you've seen over the last 8 years and that are progressing, that, hopefully these things that you know to do, that moving forward, you will be able to do them.
Well, before we say not qualified, sometimes you don't know until that contractor makes the location.
Okay.
And to his credit and to some of the divisions, when he mentions shelter market, a lot of times that is the city's opportunity to contract with minority and women-owned businesses.
Right.
Because they sign up for their registry. And so that's a huge opportunity for us to spend. And so when they make it to the property, it's unfair to necessarily say that they're not qualified if you make it there and they don't know the actually condition of the property.
Okay.
And so right now we're going to do a better job in understanding the condition of the property before they get there.
And I appreciate you going over that because it helped me to see what position you were in and how you all are going to move forward collectively dealing with all the backstory issues. Thank you.
And I was just going to quickly add to that, like Chief was saying, sometimes a vendor gets there, the lot's too big for them to cut, so they refuse it, and it pushes it back to us and starts a process of reassignment over as another example. And sometimes their equipment breaks down, they can't afford to fix it, then they also get behind and they don't communicate that to us. So there are a lot of ways that we are going to have to work with our contractors and keep them accountable, and also make sure the program is successful, but getting the grass cut timely.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilwoman, when you brought back up that we haven't talked extensively about shelter markets, that had me thinking about, are there other opportunities in the city where we can create shelter markets? Just putting it out there. Don't need to answer that. Everybody in here can think about that.
Yeah.
Moving on to Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington and Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. Even with what Councilwoman Logan said, it would be nice that if you could even send a picture to let the contractor know what the expectation is, so they would have an idea to know. I need a weed whack on this. I need a whatever. I need a trailer. I need whatever materials. They could have that. I'm hoping that we will have a more assertive partnership with TDOT. When they come to council, they're very passive, nonchalant. Our expressways, all of the ramps in the inner city community, they look ridiculous. Perkins, Lamar, Mount Moriah, Parkway. It sends a terrible message to people that are coming into the city. It sends a terrible message to our constituents. And it seems as if we could have more of a collaborative relationship with TDOT. Drive around with them or something so that they can actually see it. They say that they're cleaning up, but we have taken pictures, we've done videos, and I'm the litter police, so I memorize litter. If I see that couch there today, I'm looking for it in the evening, the next day, or however. I just know it. So if I can do that, it seems as if somebody on your team could also work with them to make sure that they are being more responsive and respectful to our community. Can you speak to that?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Obviously, our staff and myself, I contact them regularly as well when I see something and I say, this area has gotten pretty bad. It's, when can you guys resolve it? I agree that we should get them and push on them to be more responsive. I think it's a great idea to help continue to ask for them to make more investments, to spend more on issues such as littering on the interstates and the state routes, because that's their responsibility. But we do communicate that to them all the time. Yes, ma'am. My staff and I both do that.
Now, we have some streets, I know in the Whitehaven community, I just saw a video on Facebook, and it's another one in Hickory Ridge, I think Clark Street. And it's evident that the team has come because they have all the little spray paint on it and they've marked it. But it's a long period of time between spraying and picking up. How can we expedite that so that some of our streets aren't just garbage dumps?
So, environmental enforcement will, when they get a call about illegal dumping, they go out and they spray paint the items green. That way we know that they've identified it and they're starting an investigation. They try to gather like any information they can find, some like addresses or any information that could be used helpful in prosecuting, especially if there's no covert camera there. Once they're done with that, they'll submit to the legal dumping team, who's also under that environmental enforcement group, and they'll come and the group will come and collect it and haul it away. That's the role of the new illegal dumping team. That was approved last year, through council, and we've been building that staff up. We've almost got it at 100%, but we have a lot of the equipment out there right now. The trucks, just like solid waste has the grapple trucks with the bodies picking up all the illegal dumping. And, there's a lot of it going on, and it takes us maybe 5 to 6 days to get to all of it because of the sheer volume and the status of it. But they are out there doing that every day that we can get the equipment out there. I mean, that's just, with the weather, we couldn't do anything. But, now we're going to be playing catch up and working, if we have to work overtime.
And how long are we going to have a reactive approach for our code enforcement? As you drive around, you see some of these stores, gas stations, they're disrespecting our community. They look ridiculous. Can't somebody drive around and give some citations as opposed to waiting on phone calls or communications for someone to go out?
Director, hold on. Chief Adams wanted to speak to that, Councilwoman.
I just wanted to add that the mayor is going to take an assertive approach to building a relationship with the state and specifically with TDOT. So just wanted to let you know that as well.
Hallelujah.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, our inspectors have a workload assigned to them, and so they're really trying to get to those locations that we have complained about. I want what I mentioned before. I want to get to this proactive opportunity with technology, because we have so many cameras in use now that can capture information and pull it into us, bring it to us, and make us aware of it, so we don't even have to get the call. That's what I want to do, and we're doing that now. We've done it with the pothole detection. The model now is working. We're doing a blight detection right now that using the same cameras and technology will help us. That's the best way for us to do it. And then, like you say, my goal is to have a vehicle assigned to just do nothing but drive around with the cameras and capture all these pieces of information at one single time, one single pass, so that the person can drive safely and not have to stop. Let them be efficient and get through that whole street, that whole area, and gather all that at once. The blight, the pothole. If there's a bulk waste issue, the sidewalk needs to be repaired. All that is possible, and that's what we hope to do.
Well, some of the things we're talking about, we've been talking about a long time. So maybe a miracle will occur. I'm not sure.
And I can also add that I do want to, again, we're trying to add more code enforcement inspectors and more environmental enforcement inspectors as part of that initiative with the gathering to gain more revenue, so that it's not an impact to the general fund. With more inspectors, obviously we can do more. We can hopefully break the area up, or we can put more inspectors into the areas where we have the highest number of blight related properties. We track that information now using data, and it's possible that obviously inspectors we have more capacity, they can also stop and identify more violations in the interim. It just that's all part of having enough people and being able to not only respond to the complaints, but being more proactive or doing more with their time.
Okay. I just want to end by saying there's some areas in District 4, specifically Parkway Village, over there by Hamilton High School, and it looks like a garbage can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next, we have Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. Director, I want to commend you for two things, and that is your vision that includes technology and green initiatives. I appreciate both of those things being incorporated into not just a 4-year plan, but a future plan for Memphis, because I think they're both needed. I did want to make a request from you if you are reappointed and from the administration. I visited with the Memphis Grizzlies recently and talked about a new plan for a safer downtown, for a cleaner downtown. And it was not just an in-office meeting. We put on our walking shoes in the cold weather and walked around downtown. And I, of course, have gone to Grizzlies games and eaten out downtown and been to the Orpheum. But I'm sure Mayor Young, as former president of DMC, can attest to you that if you walk around in the daylight, what you see is a lot of public works trash laying around. There are signs, there are holders for signs, there are cones, there are barriers that are left out. If they're up for a Saturday event, then they're left up all week or just pushed over to the side into the grass. And, I told them they've now ruined me because I can't walk downtown and not see all of it now. But that's how people who visit our city see us, right? We're kind of conditioned to walking down Bill and seeing those big barriers that say, no, 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 But that's where you're supposed to be welcomed. And next to that is, a part of a sign laying on a ground and a piece of something. So I would encourage you, a request, actually, and I would love to go with you, and we can bring other folks along with this from other divisions. And I'd love for, Mayor Young and his administration to walk with us too. I'm sure you're more aware than I am of this, but literally just to walk the streets and see what we're talking about, because it was eye-opening for me as a Memphian, as somebody who's downtown every day, to see how many ways and places we are leaving our streets. We are leaving our streets littered. We're not picking up the litter of others. And when we don't clean up after ourselves, I got 3 kids, and I'm telling them all the time to clean up after themselves. When we don't clean up after ourselves, we don't encourage other people to do that. And then when the environment itself starts becoming feeling a little dingy, a little trashy, a little sketchy, then sketchy things start happening. And you only have to look at a heat map of crime downtown to see that that has followed through. So I'm just asking that we do our part and clean up after ourselves. And I'd be happy to, facilitate that walk that I took around downtown so that we can get people out there to clean up.
Very good.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman White and Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. My question basically is I was looking at the list of opportunities and a lot of the 4-year vision plan. And my understanding is that you've been, I believe, the director since 2015. So I just wanted to know what, if anything, has prohibited some of these initiatives from getting up and off the ground and moving. And what do you see as the issues right now in terms of addressing some of the concerns that you've heard here today, and I'm sure pretty often in terms of just the blight in our neighborhoods?
Well, I say that we made great investments, in order to move towards more blight mitigation, more blight response. The environmental enforcement was created. I came up with this idea, and we got it approved, and it's been very successful in helping. Just like we never had anybody target solid waste violations like illegal dumping. We've never had that, so that was very needed. And so that staff, 17 individuals, those environmental enforcement inspectors and officers have been very, very busy. When I originally created it, I expected them to spend half their time on illegal dumping and half their time on other solid waste violations. But the issue became that illegal dumping was so prolific that they've only been dealing with that issue. So we've done a lot, I think, to at least move in the right direction. With blight. We added the second shift code enforcement. Again, we did not have everything was done Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. And so we were not, and I heard a lot from citizens, well, yeah, but the car's parking on the grass on Saturday. It's there at 7 o'clock on a Friday. And the ordinance to say that, and the judge says, if we're going to write a violation, our officers have to personally see it. They have to put their eyes on it. We can't take a picture. So, there's a lot of requirements on staff to take the step to violating the person. So that second shift was very instrumental in us being more present and more active and more proactive in the community. So, we've done that, which is, I think, helpful. We've started the convenience centers, that idea about the Blight Task Force, that was huge to help us give citizens more options, because going to the landfill is hard to get rid of unwanted bulk waste. And sometimes people didn't want to wait till the bulk waste day. So we're offering other ideas and other options. And, and then the whole issue that we have with the state stopping us with the rental registry was very frustrating. I had an ordinance ready to go, and it's drafted. And we started the stakeholder engagement. We talked to MAR. We talked to the Community Alliance. Over at the chamber. We talked to the chamber. We talked to others and made them aware and engage with them so they felt like they were being blindsided. But that worked against us, because they went to the state and said, hey, we don't think anybody should have the right to create legislation locally to combat landlord or tenants. So, those are the things that have happened that have stopped our progress, but I still have faith in the fact that if we continue down that road, we're going to get there with the stronger tools to combat blight. It's very frustrating. I know, I hear it. I go to many community meetings. I go to any community meeting that you ask me to go. I'll go with you, and I'll talk to any citizen, any group, and explain how we want them to be a partner and help us combat this issue. Because it's not going to be just Public Works. It's not going to just be the city. It's going to take everybody to pull together just to kind of stop and be more concerned or more engaged in helping combat blight.
And I have one more question. Have you explored efforts? I know you said as of right now we recoup about 28% of costs for grass cutting and for expenses that we incur just to be able to keep up property that's owned by other individuals. Has it been explored to send those bills to environmental court when there is such a violation, and allow that to be a part of, instead of a fine, because I know the fines go to environmental court, but have we considered sending bills there for collection? Because it just seems like a lot of parts fall under this and we're not necessarily doing just excellent in any of the parts.
Yes, that's a great question. What we do, there's two different paths for managing blighted properties. If a property is occupied, everything goes to environmental court if we don't get compliance. So the owner doesn't address the issues, the violations, we cite them to environmental court. And we ask for fines and fees. You know, we are requesting that more and more. In the case of grass cutting of abandoned and vacant properties, the ordinances say that once we've cut it and the city has expended the cost, we can place a lien on the property. And that's what we do. We don't push any vacant and abandoned properties to court because the lien is the major tool that helps us should ultimately help us, get reconciliation for the funding. But then the state has statutes that says after 10 years, liens start falling off. So as I mentioned, I want to tackle these differently with utilizing the chronic nuisance ordinance that we have. And let's go after the owners with these properties that have been 3 or 4 years of repetitive lien after lien after lien, and let's make it more inconvenient for them, either by forcing them to move the property to a receivership or making the city the owner of it. There has to be a way that we're not held hostage by those situations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Also, we have Councilwoman Walker and Chairman Smiley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that my question has already been addressed, but just in case there's something else for you to share, what are your challenges? What has been preventing you from achieving your goals and implementing these various directives? What is your deepest need?
Well, we've always been challenged as a city with resources. We have to prioritize every year. We have to prioritize, what is important from a city government perspective with our budgets, and it's been very tough, to manage those times because employee wages have been a problem. I've lost so many employees to the marketplace because we're not competitive with wages. So that's been something that we've been trying to change and target to really help us improve because, I have key positions that help us, day to day that I can't fill because you can't hire, and that's been a huge issue. And then, as costs have gone up, like I mentioned, I want to pave more, but when we go to contract with contracted paving, their costs have gone up 50% in the last few years. But our budget's gone up. I mean, we've invested a lot in paving, but we haven't kept pace with that. And so that we're not, getting the best benefit for all the investment because the market's just driven the cost up, not only from labor, but materials. So I think those are some of the things that have been huge challenges for not only my division, but most of the divisions. And I hope that, together in partnership, we can find a way to help, improve the ways that these divisions can, in my division especially, can, move forward. I want to increase complement. That's going to take resources, but I want to minimize it by fining and charging fees to these violators so we can have a revenue source to offset it. That way, I would love to have a de minimis impact on the general fund, both from street maintenance and code enforcement perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chairman Smiley.
All right. It appears, this body has a lot of questions. I think it's fair to give the mayor an opportunity to address some of our concerns. It's my position that we move this item downstairs in 2 weeks with no recommendation and give the mayor an opportunity to address some of the concerns of this body. Hopefully I have a second.
Chairman, can you just repeat your motion? I see some faces.
All right, so, okay. It means I wasn't clear and I'm speaking too soft. My apologies to this body. I'm going to move that we send this item downstairs in 2 weeks with no recommendation. And for opportunity to give the mayor an opportunity to speak to some of the issues, some of the concerns of this body. It appears to be numerous, and give Director Connect an opportunity to address some of the concerns of this body. I do. Mayor asks us to be a partner in what's happening, and I think we can give him an opportunity to be a partner. This is the first time that Director Keck has an opportunity to present to us, as well as Director Davis, as well as Director Walker. But it appears with this particular director, there's more issues and more questions than we have answers. So I'm going to move that we send this item down with no recommendation, and we hear it in 2 weeks.
All right, there has been a motion by Chairman Smiley to send this item down with no same night minutes, so in 2 weeks with no recommendation, and there was a second from Councilman Spinoza, correct? Is there any objection? All right, so we will move this. So let's go ahead and have a acclamation. Yeah, okay. All right, any other colleagues need to speak to the item? Mary Young, you're recognized. Make sure the mic is on.
Yeah, I think it's on. Thank you for the opportunity, and certainly understand and respect the will of this body, and we will abide by that. But I just want to say a couple of things about the appointment process in general. For Robert and some of the things we've experienced with Chief Davis, I'm in a position where I am the new CEO of a corporation that has 6,700 employees. I just want to give some context. 6,700 employees. Most of the time, when a new CEO comes to an organization, they keep the team intact so that they can understand what's happening. You all serve as the equivalent of the board of directors. You set the policy, you set the framework for how we move forward, and you hold me as the CEO accountable for results. And I know that this is a public entity, and so all of us at least, are being held accountable by the voters. As we go through this process, what I want to implore upon you is give me an opportunity to lead this team. We have a lot of work, and it's a lot of calls, a lot of effort that goes into trying to make sure that we, have votes and get people lined up so we can get the people approved so we can get to work. But it's the most important thing is we got to get to work. We got to get to work, y'all. There are a lot of things happening in our community, and they are depending on us to get these things done. We've seen Director Connect over the past week and a half. He's done extraordinary work trying to keep our city and our citizens safe and clear and clearing the roads. If we aren't getting the results, and I know the experiences in the past, I can't change what has happened before I got here, but I just want to reiterate, trust me until I prove you otherwise. Give me the benefit of the doubt. When I say that I'm going to hold these individuals accountable, I'm asking you to give me a shot. Ask them the tough questions, because we all went on interviews for about a year and a half to get in the roles that we're in. It's okay for them to have a tough interview. But at the end of the day, what I'm asking you all is to give me a chance to lead this team, to lead this corporation, to get the results that we all want. Now, we'll be back in 2 weeks, but I just want to make that ask of this body to give me a shot to lead this team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Young.
And I'll entertain any questions if you have them.
Are there any questions?
Yes, there is.
All right, Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Who will hold you accountable to make sure that they are accountable?
You all. You all. I mean, you
And
all
so
are
is
the check and balance.
is there a time frame? Because we're talking about accountability. And when I worked in a corporation and had my own businesses and dealing with people, there were time frames that we were looking for an expectation and a level of change. Partnership, like you ask, and I truly want to honor that, because our city for 8 years has been in stagnant, and we are still reappointing the same, taken in consideration, but not under your leadership.
Right.
So when you say accountability, I just want to be very clear that I understand Is there a time frame? What are we looking for? What window? What says enough is enough?
I think if we're here in a year and we're having the exact same conversation, we've gone through all of the seasons of the year, I think that's a reasonable time frame to have another conversation about this, to see if are conditions the same or are we moving in a different direction. But there are so many things that we experience, and I come from bureaucracy. I led the Division of Housing and Community Development, so I know how the flow of government goes. And as we get into budget season, it's a whole different animal in this government space. As we get into the summertime, things change in the dynamics of the summer and the fall. And so I think we need to see all of the seasons through, and then we reevaluate where we are. But what I'm asking you all to do is to approve these individuals so that they have the opportunity to officially exercise their work. And are things changing? And some of them have been here in those roles over the past 8 years, but some of them just came 2 years ago. They haven't even done a full term. And so while it seems like it's the same people, it's because they started during the tenure of someone else, but it doesn't mean that they've been here for the full period. But thank you for that question.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Any other colleagues? All right. Just a reminder that there was already an agreed upon motion to send this down in 2 weeks with no same night minutes with no recommendation. Mr. Isom has that down. And so we will move on to the next agenda item. Thank you, Director Connect, for what you do and your presentation. Item number 4, last item. City Court Clerk, appointment of Ms. Sakita Johnson. Can I get a motion in a second? Move it. Motion by Chairman Smiley, second by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Ms. Johnson, if you can give your name and address for the record, and please let us know what you're being appointed for and why you're the best person for that. Thank you. Make sure the green light. Yep.
My name is Sakita Johnson, 3984 Linda Sue Cove, Memphis, Tennessee, 38128. I am being appointed for City Court Clerk. I don't have a presentation, but I'll introduce myself. I am a native of Memphis. I was raised in the Gaston Park area, graduated from Cartwright High School, went on to University of Tennessee at Martin, where I obtained my bachelor's degree. I also have a JD from South Texas College of Law, and I also have a master's of taxation from Villanova. My most recent employment was a contract administrative judge with the state of Tennessee, where I heard appeals for Medicaid. I have 7 or 8 years of private attorney experience. I am licensed in both Texas and Tennessee. I have previous City of Memphis employment experience. A short stint, I was a contract compliance analyst with the Office of Business Diversity and Compliance. I also have 5 years of experience as a tax examiner with the Internal Revenue Services. During that time, I served as a chief union steward for 3.5 years. In my role as city court clerk, I plan to, if appointed, if approved, I plan to, my first order of business, and I've already started being there 3 weeks, I see that there's a lot of room for cleanup. The employees, upon my first day, I noticed very low morale, and I have promised them that I will improve the working conditions. I understand that the office is a union-supported, the employees are represented by the union, and as I stated, I do have union representation. I feel that my leadership, my past union leadership experience makes me the best person to handle this position because I understand. I've worked with management. I've advocated for employees against management. I've been in management, and I feel that a lot of issues and complaints about the office itself stems from the employees being unhappy, unsatisfied, and underpaid. I've done an employee satisfaction survey already, and I've got a lot of responses from employees. Their main complaint is payment, bad management, and technology. And the lack of supplies, which we've already made orders to get them the supplies they need to do their work. I feel that also in the survey, I think it's a point to make that many of the employees like their job, they want to be there. And out of the 31 employees that answered, only one stated that in the next year, they don't think they'll be employed there. And hopefully that's somebody who's retiring. But my goal is to improve the working conditions. And once I do that, I feel that the customer service will improve. I think that's a big area that we have with complaints with that office. And I also feel that once I clean up, then we can improve the environment to where the city has less liabilities as far as complaints from employees and litigation issues and all of that. Additionally, my long-term goals is that I have witnessed that a lot of our employees are performing the duties of appointed persons that were in that role and didn't perform those duties. So, as I stated before, my number one objective is to increase the morale by making sure that employees have what they need to do their job, they're happy, and then they can perform and provide better customer service. And in that, create opportunities to bring in more revenue for the office. And overall, I want to be way different, lights different from the previous administration, and restore the public's trust, employees' trust, and this body's trust in this office.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. You said you didn't bring a presentation, but I think you gave us a lot more information that we needed. So I appreciate that. Colleagues, we have Chairman Smiley in the queue. No?
I'm
You didn't
quick.
wanna
I just
speak?
wanted to hear from the administrative judge since she took the time to come over here today. Judge Chandler, so good to see you.
Yes. Judge, if you can give your name and address for the record and then continue on.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having us here today. I'm Jane Chandler, Administrative Judge for the City Court Judges. My address is 461 Tennessee Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. And after interviewing several people who applied for the role, Clerk Johnson's resume, and I'm sure you all have it in your packets, it just stood out. She has a vast amount of experience in all areas dealing with mediation. She's also an attorney licensed in 2 states. She has a master's in laws and taxation, so her experience, her qualifications are exceptional. And in this short time that she's been in this role, she has, as she said, the employee satisfaction survey. She's meeting with employees. She's doing, things. And the judges are confident that given the opportunity, she will change the morale of the office. She'll make it better. The financial aspect of it with her financial background, she can bring it around. So we're sure of that. And I just want to thank you all in advance for giving her this opportunity.
Thank you, Judge. Any colleagues, any comments, any questions?
Do we have a motion already? Second?
All right, so we have did we already hear that?
I did it.
Oh, I must have been rushing. Okay, so motion by Councilman Spinoza, second by Councilman Dr. Warren. All those in favor of sending this down with no same night minutes with a positive recommendation in 2 weeks? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you, Judge.
Well, I was just going to ask for same night minutes.
I'm going to say no, just because the others, we had to hold them from 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So that's why they got same night minutes. I know you've been watching
understand.
all day, but yeah, that's why.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much.
But
Thank you.
And we
Thank
appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
No, nothing
Always.
to be but the
We
right.
held
Thank
them
you all.
from the last 2
No,
weeks.
thank you.
This is the first time.
Thank
No more business. All right. This committee is adjourned.
Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Chair White.
Present. Please let the record reflect that we now have Mr. Ford, Councilman Ford Canale. Thank you, Ms. Cole. This afternoon, we have one item on the agenda, which is item number 1, a resolution requesting the City of Memphis Permits Office promulgate a set of rules, regulations, and procedures to be observed by licensed record owners, and operators operating in the City of Memphis. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Canale. There is a request for same night minutes. Can I please have a motion and a second to hear this item? We have a motion by Chairman Smiley and a second by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilman Canale, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I won't read the whole resolution, but the last paragraph pretty much sums it up in that the Memphis City Council does hereby request City of Memphis Permits Office to promulgate a complete set of rules and regulations describing the detail the procedures to be observed by licensed record owners and operators who tow vehicles within the City of Memphis, and to submit the same to council for review by the date of the council meeting on February 6, 2023. Colleagues, what this is an effort to stop the type of issues that we've had with certain towing companies from happening, and we want these rules published on their website, and we also want to highlight the different lines of authority from what the permits office can do as far as suspending a permit and also what the MTC can do. The MTC carries a lot more weight and authority in this area as far as revocation of permit. So that's basically it. Does anybody have any questions of me?
Would you state for the record what the MTC is?
The Transportation Commission.
And could you, well, this is actually my question. Can you explain what authority they have right now in terms of revocation versus the actual permits office?
Yeah, so they can revoke. The permits office can only suspend for 10 days. Is Brooke in here? I'm almost positive I have that correct. They cannot, the permits office currently, they don't have the authority to revoke a permit.
Do we have any council members in the queue? Sorry, seeing that there are no questions, we will take a vote on moving this item downstairs with same night minutes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Say nay. The ayes have it. And so we'll move it downstairs for same night minutes. Seeing that there is no other business before the committee, the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee is hereby adjourned.
Colleagues, welcome to the January 23rd meeting of Planning and Zoning. Mr. Wilson, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Smiley.
Absolutely, sir.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Spinoza. Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
And Chair Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum.
And I apologize, Councilwoman White.
Colleagues, we have 2 items on the agenda. Without objection, I would like to send both of them downstairs without recommendation.
Objection. No, just the first number, the one from Morning Sun. Thank you. PD 2326.
What's your objection?
I wanted to have a presentation.
We are going to have a presentation. I just would like to send it down without a vote.
Oh,
In the
okay.
affirmative.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We'll hear it again downstairs.
Thank you.
All right. Colleagues, first item is PD 23-26, 2868 Morning Sun Road. Request is a new plan development for a retail center at the southeast corner of Highway 64 in Morning Sun, District 1, Silver District 9. Mr. Ragsdale, somebody from your team may have the floor. Please start with your name and address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning.
Hold on 1 second, I'm sorry. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Item was moved by Ford Sr., seconded by Councilwoman Logan. Now you may proceed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Masano Stadnia with DPD. The case number is PD 2023-0. It's on. It's almost in my The case number is PD 2023-26. The applicant is Chris Matthews. It's located in 2868 Morning Sun Road. The Council District 1 and Super District 9. The request is a new plan development for a retail center at the southeast corner of Highway 64 and Morning Sun. Here is the location map and also the vicinity map. We have sent public notices out and we didn't have any objections to this case, and it was approved at LUCB thoroughly. Here is the zoning map. It is located within the conservation agriculture zoning, and also you can see the land use map. Here are a few pictures of the site. And the staff recommended approval with the outline plan conditions. You can see the concept plan. And also Memphis 3.0 was suggesting that this use is consistent with the future land use. And here is the outline plan condition. And here is the second page. And that concludes my presentation. Be glad if you have any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Colleagues, before we go to questions, I would like to call Mr. Bray forward to answer any questions you may have as well. So please make sure you direct your question whether you want it to go to DPD or you want to go to the representative. Councilwoman Logan, you're first.
Thank you. Colleagues, you all just were handed some information from the community. I wanted to know how many notices exactly were sent out. It says 75. Okay. And there are 300 homes in the neighborhood, and approximately another 100 directly in proximity to the neighborhood. And I've just been inundated with calls from residents in the neighborhood who oppose this development due to traffic. The other thing was the stormwater issue that they're already dealing with, as well as not knowing what the strip mall would be. And I'll just note here, it just talks about there was a limited set of exclusions, and liquor stores, vape, tobacco, CBD, title loans, convenience stores, none of those were excluded. So the community is very concerned with what it'll be, what they're already dealing with, these types of things, wanting to move in and increase crime. The third main thing was the stormwater. That intersection sees a substantial amount of water whenever there is increased rain, and wanted to know what is going to be done with that and how will that be addressed, because the development will remove a lot of the erosion control vegetation. Those were the main three, and then there were some others. If you could speak to those three.
Yes, ma'am. David Bray with Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North. I don't know if I'm close enough to it. Is that working? We had the neighborhood meeting on this. We had about 20 people, as I recall, in attendance. I think going to your second point first, I think everything that they objected to is excluded on the recommended conditions. If there are other items that we need to add, we would be more than happy to add them. But I think all of the items that you specifically called out there, and I'm reading behind your head, as I look at that list. But I think everything, although you may have said vape stores, and we don't have an objection to adding vape stores or smoke shops. Those can both be added as an additional exclusion.
It was liquor stores, tobacco, vapes, CBD, title loans, convenience stores that do not sell gas, dollar stores, and cell phone stores.
All of we'd be in agreement with all of those.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, and the road access on Morning Sun at Highway 64, this intersection is already difficult to navigate and see substantial cut-through traffic to Houston Levee during peak hours. Adding a side entry to the strip mall from Morning Sun will only add to this problem and make the intersection more difficult to use for the residents of the area. They're asking that any final development approve or restrict entry and exit for the development to Highway 64.
Believe that what we're going to have when we get to dealing with engineering on that is that that's probably going to be restricted to a right in, right out. So we would like to have the Morning Sun connection. It was one of the items that we discussed at the neighborhood meeting, is that this is not going to generate more traffic coming into the neighborhood. It's strictly going to be at that intersection. As a part of that process, we're going to have to do a traffic impact statement. Because of the nature of the businesses that they're talking about here, we're probably not going to have a large impact on the peak hours. The peak hours are 7 to 9 in the morning, and most of these retail establishments won't be opening until 10. And that's probably when most of the issue is occurring, with folks in the residential section to the south coming out and trying to turn left onto Highway 64 at that time. But if engineering finds that there are additional improvements that need to be done as a result of that, we will be more than happy to make them as a part of the process. We just don't know what that would be at this point. And that's sort of similar to the issue on the stormwater detention. We're going to have stormwater detention. It may very likely result in one of these buildings being made smaller so that we have room to do that. We've got a 50-foot non-disturb along the south edge, so that's not just landscape, it's non-disturb, so we can't put detention in that area, so it would be north of there where we do it. So, like I said, one of the buildings may get a little bit smaller to make that work, but again, that'll be reviewed by engineering department, and if there are additional issues in the area that they've identified as a source of flooding, we'll have to deal with that as part of our grading plan as well.
Stormwater. The last thing was the storm, and I'm glad. wanting you to explain that and go through this for public consumption, those that are listening in the community. However, subsequent to this meeting, I would like for you all to consider having another 75 notices that went out. A lot of the neighborhood and residents did not know about it. They were not aware of it and opposed the development. So I would ask that there be another meeting. There are 300 homes directly around it. If you if you look on the map, there's a neighborhood right there. And so 20 people out of about 400 residents would not be sufficient to say that the community is in favor of it or that it wouldn't have a negative impact on it. Between now and I guess a couple of weeks, that needs to happen to give them the opportunity to hear what you're saying, to come to resolution, and to be okay with it or not.
Okay.
The third one, just for hearing, is the stormwater. The flooding that takes place now, the topography already moves water in the direction of the neighborhoods. Additional drainage would add to flooding in the neighborhood, and that's been happening for the last several years. The runoff would be substantial. This development would, as I said earlier, would be removing the vegetation that's already there for that control. So that would be another thing that needs to be looked at too. That was it. Thank you.
Councilwoman, are you requesting a 2-week hold?
Yes.
Okay. Without objection, this item will be held for 2 weeks. Colleagues, lost my sheet. We'll see you in 2 weeks, Mr. Bray. Item number 2, SUP 23-31, 3215 Jackson Avenue. There is an incorrect address in your packet. It says 3214. It's 3215 Jackson Avenue. Request special use permit to allow convenience store with gas sales in the commercial mixed use 1, District 5, Sewer District 9. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it. Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen, Washington. DPD, you have the floor.
I am Alexis Longstreet with DPD. This application is SUP 2023-031. The applicant is Rafat Komos. The correct council district is District 5, Super District 9. Location, 3215 Jackson Avenue. Special use permit to allow convenience store with gas sales in the CMU 1 district. Location map, this is located in the Heights neighborhood. 57 notices were mailed out on November 29th of 2023. The zoning map for this is CMU 1. It is surrounded by CMU 1. This specific property does abut residential urban district 1. That land use for that specific property is commercial. Here are some site photos that show the view of the property from Jackson Avenue, as well as the side view of Macon. Here's the concept plan for said convenience store, as well as gas pumps and canopy. I have included elevations as well. So these are elevations for the property from Jackson Avenue. These elevations are updated based on the LUCB approval of the staff recommendations from the December hearing. So these elevations may look quite different from not too different, but more so the details on the building, as well as showing the screening for the front, side, and the rear of the property. The overall consistency with the Memphis 3.0 plan for this property, it was incompatible with the low intensity commercial, but was deemed consistent given that this was a pre-existing gas station that just was out of operation for more than 365 days. So it was not grandfathered into the pre-existing UDC change. So some of those conclusions, there is an existing operating fuel station with the kiosk style facility under the canopy, in which they will be removing that and adding 2 additional gas pumps, as well as an inoperable car wash that they plan to remove. And in that area, they will be placing the dumpster, and they will be encasing that with screening. With the notices that were sent out, I did not receive any opposition for this as well, and it was approved 9-0. And those are the conditions of said approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we requiring or new gas stations to like actually have electrical charging stations as they are built? And if so, can we put that in as a stipulation that they need to have at least one electrical charging station in this new place?
Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning Development. Dr. Warren, we're not requiring that. Of course, we could talk to the applicant to see if they have any objections to that and add that as a condition.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, as a council, that's one of the things, if we're putting in new service stations, one of the things we need to do is to make sure that every one of these places has 2 electrical charging stations at it. Yeah, based on a certain percentage. And those don't take up a lot of space. I mean, you can like put those on the side of a wall with an electrical outlet and just like where you've got the parking. If you look at this thing where they're parking on the side over there, I think this view right here. So where they've got that side parking on this view, they could just pull right in and do an electrical charge there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And the applicant is here. He's indicating that that would be okay, but we might just go ahead and ask that question. And if Mr. Davis, you could.
Sure. I'm Mike Davis with the Reeves Firm, 6800 Poplar Avenue. And we'd be fine with that.
So could we make that as a stipulation? Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. When I think you all are going to get together and go over a lot of different things and add to it. You said, our last meeting, you said it's going to take a while to change a lot of the zoning and all of that type of stuff. Those are some of the things that I hope that we look at what, how we're doing gas stations and what the requirements are. And so with the charging station that he mentioned, even though they need to make sure it works in the wintertime in the frozen temperatures, but just to make sure that all of these gas stations that are coming, that we're staying compliant with those national numbers that regulate how many gas stations should be in a city or municipality per 10,000 people or so, because we used to be way over that number, and I'm sure we still are. But with the changes in zoning, that's something I hope you all are considering when you're saying recommend or not recommend, not just saying that it's okay by right, but are we over that limit or not, and keep up with that. So that's one of the things that I'm concerned about. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'll make one comment. I'm not a fan of adding gas stations to our city, but when you're taking one that looks like this and replacing it with this, I'll support it.
But Chairman, at one time that looked like that, is all I'm saying. So if there's not going to be any regulation on keeping it that way, I'd rather it be a nice green space. And I understand what you're saying now, it looks horrible, but at one time it was nice and shiny as well. So we got to make sure whoever's building it keeps it nice and shiny, because some of the ones that started in my district are horrible, deplorable, and it's just terrible. And they were once pretty and shiny. So
Councilman Ford Sr.
Can't be fooled.
Yeah. Is this the only station that you're doing? He said, go to another one. We kind of approved the one right there at Airways and Shelby Drive. That look just like this. And supposed to look like the one you trying to do. You put them over there. That's what I'm trying to see.
It's the only one we're doing.
That's the only one. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hope they do the same thing you're trying to do.
Mr. Davis, do you have a potential flag for this gas station?
We believe it'll be Marathon.
Okay.
Chair Canale, can we make sure and get the added EV stations as a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. That motion passes. All right, any other questions, colleagues? All those in favor of sending this downstairs without recommendation, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, DPD. We'll see you at 3:30.
love black women, so I will always listen to Easter Thomas. Okay. All right, y'all. We have, I call the 2 items on the agenda, I call the executive session to order. Ms. Hyman, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White.
Present.
Councilman Spinoza.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Canale. And Chairman Smiley.
All right, y'all. We have 2 items on the agenda. Before we get to the items, I'm going to be very transparent. I think the job of the chair is to listen to the people, but also the job of the chair is to try to figure out, no matter what my opinions or positions is to put the citizens before any goal, before any objective. And I've heard this body very clear. I also heard the mayor's concerns, and we had several dialogues over the past, we've had several conversations over the past several weeks about, the direction the city is heading. And we had a brief conversation prior to the executive session. And with that, I'm going to allow Mayor Paul Young to speak and tell this body and those listening, about, where we are and what we think is in the best interest of the people of the city of Memphis. So, as the mayor would say, so we can get to work.
All right, thank you, Chairman. I want to reiterate what Chairman said. We are ready to get to work, and I know there's been a lot of conversation around Chief Davis specifically, and what I have suggested to the chair, and if it's the will of this body, is that we table the appointment and allow Chief Davis to serve in an interim capacity until a date to be determined. We will work together with the chairman to identify when we bring it back. But my urgency is all around getting to work. And I believe in Chief Davis. I've heard from you all loud and clear. Yesterday, I had a meeting with about 150 or so officers from MPA. I've met with MPA. I'm always going to listen. And I'm also going to balance the needs of our community. And we are in a crisis. We are in a crisis right now. Not just the reality of crime, but the perception of crime, the psyche of the people in our city. My goal is to resolve the chaos. And I don't want any more chaos. And that's why I am offering to this body to table it until a time that will be determined. My support for Chief Davis hasn't wavered. It is not going to waver. We're going to use this time to show and prove. Simple and plain. We're going to use this time to show and prove. We want to get to work, and I want to ask this body to go in that manner if you so choose. Thank you. And I'll open it up for any questions that you might have for me.
All right, there are some council members in the queue. I'm going to go to Dr. Warren. I think we have someone. I have no idea who hand it was. Don't get me
Thank you,
mad.
Mr. Mayor. I guess my concern is that when you table an issue, it takes 7 votes to bring it back off the table. And I have a resolution that I wanted to present that would just postpone the appointment for 5 months and bring it back automatically. So it would come back for a vote. Would you prefer that, or would you prefer to have 7 votes come off the table?
I've spoke continuously about partnership, and I trust that this body would at least be willing to bring it back off the table to vote it down if they have to. So I would rather go the table route because it allows us to go and negotiate and have the dialogues that we need to have without an artificial timeline.
Absolutely. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I'm gonna say this. I think, Mayor Paul Young. I keep saying your full name. My bad. Mayor Young. He keeps talking about the concept of partnership, and I try to reflect on how I view the world, and I got to be transparent with this body. My perception of how mayor operates was jaded by the previous administration. So, what I would ask this body to do is respect the mayor's wishes today and table this item.
So moved.
I second it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So I'm going to take a point of personal privilege to tell these beautiful women in red up here that they are amazing and fabulous. They do. We got some women on this body that look good in red as well. Y'all are cutting up today, and I will. And then, since we're recognizing beautiful, powerful Black women, I would like the county clerk to stand up, who's gracing us with her presence. Thank you, Clerk Wanda Halbert. I think I'm in trouble for making her stand up, so just know I'm going to run from her later. So, Madam Clerk, you can come up here and say something if you. She wanted us to do something, so I will take a point of personal privilege and then recognize the chairwoman of our local Democratic Party, Ms. Lexi Carter, as well. I promise she gives me a stern, hard love, tough love, more than anybody I know. Madam Clerk, hit the green button. There we go. You used to be on this body.
This is different from when I was here. I was here a long time ago. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And thank each of you for your service. I know I've been there with you the way you've been here before, and it's not always easy. And a lot of times we get beat up because we have to make some very, very tough decisions that are not always not always what everyone wants. But I did want to take a moment of personal privilege to allow the Chattanooga Police Chief and her staff to say hello, because there's also a very special person here, but they came for support. So do you mind if they introduce themselves?
Absolutely. Shout out to Chattanooga. I have affinity for Chattanooga.
I love it.
There was once upon a time I ran for governor, and Chattanooga treated me pretty well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was going a different way when you started out. Hello, everyone. I'm Celeste Murphy, Chief of Police for the Chattanooga Police Department, and I brought Executive Chief Halbert, who, yes, the name matches. And
excuse, never want to.
Oh, leave it right there.
I'm just trying to see something.
Nothing at all matches. Nothing.
Okay.
All the beauty got sucked through. Yeah.
I was trying to see what was going on. Okay,
yeah, all the beauty went that way.
I love it.
Okay.
And then we have Deputy Chief of Staff Jerry Sutton. And yes, we did travel. We do support. I thank you all for everything that you do. Again, to repeat, I know decisions are hard, even when they're popular, when they're not popular. I totally get it. But doing it with the presence of mind that knowing what's best for the city is why we came up here to support. So thank you so much for everything that you do every day for this entire
thank
city.
you for what you do for the people of Chattanooga. I spend a lot of time, used to spend a lot of time in Chattanooga, so I appreciate you. I know you're mayor. I know a lot of good people in Chattanooga, so I know some of your council people as well. So thank
I'll
you
hear
all.
from you the next time you're there.
Absolutely. Don't worry. Now I'm going to come find you.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. That is my baby brother, and he's been in Chattanooga.
I need the dirt because when I was working for the clerk.
No dirt, Mr. Chairman. But I do appreciate you recognizing them because they did travel for support. And I am really proud of not only his boss, because she is who she is. She's an outstanding, beautiful Black woman. but I'm also extra proud of the work that they've done and my baby brother. So thank you for recognizing
I
me.
don't think we can call him your baby brother, but only you can do that. But thank you, ma'am.
And I always will be praying for each and every one of you. This is not an easy job. And as you know, you've come against a lot of obstacles. A lot of us are going to be on one side or the other, but you have been personally, independently chosen to help make decisions for the better good of all of Memphis. So thank you all for your representation and your leadership. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, former boss.
There you go. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, y'all. So we're going to get to item number 1, which is an ordinance to establish Memphis City Council meeting dates for 2024. All council districts sponsored by me, apparently. Did not know that. There's a request add-on for the first reading. Any questions from this body?
It's just a change.
It's just a change from June to June 25th, 2024. It's the second meeting. It's the change.
What's the change?
June 25th.
Are you gonna be on are you taking a vacation?
I've already scheduled.
You know, my 5th grade teacher would say, sounds like a personal problem.
No.
It is June 25th.
That wasn't on the first one with correction.
Yeah.
It was the 18th.
Yes.
It was the 18th. You know, if you have any problems, blame Brooke. All right. All right, we have one more item. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Dr. Warren said he's out of time. You know, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right. Item number 2 is a resolution to override the mayor's veto of ordinance number 5893, all council districts sponsored by the entire Memphis City Council. There's a request of same 9 minutes. I'm gonna turn it over to this gentleman who also likes to tell us what to do, Attorney Allen Wade.
You don't listen. On December 19, the council adopted a referendum ordinance to change the charter. It was basically a clarifying amendment that the council will set the salaries of all division directors and the mayor and the council itself. Presently, the council salary is tied to the county commission salary, and you do not have the authority under the charter to set that. Under our charter, you have the authority, and it expressly says that you have the authority to set the salaries of all directors in an annual budget. It also provides that you have the authority to set the salary of the mayor, provided that you do so prior to his term commencing. And the mayor, Strickland, vetoed that ordinance before he left office, but he did not provide the reasons for his veto as the charter requires him to do. Therefore, that veto was not effective. Out of an abundance of fairness, we sent the matter to current Mayor Paul Young and asked him if he intended to veto it, would he provide us with his reasons for doing that. He did so, and his arguments were that we don't have the authority to set the salary of the mayor, we don't have the authority to set the salary of the directors, contrary to what it presently says, but only in the budget. But I think he omitted to look at the charter, which says the council is responsible for adopting all budgets. He proposes, you determine finally. He does not have the authority to set salaries either. You do. This is a clarifying amendment, and it is to be presented to a vote of the people, and why anyone would veto that to let the people decide is beyond me. But I think it's incumbent upon you, having received his reasons, to override the veto if you so choose, so the people can decide if they want us to have that authority, or clarify that we have that authority.
All right, we heard the explanation of Attorney Wade. To summarize, we have the authority to approve the budget and also set the salaries of the directors, mayor, and also seeking the approval from the people of Memphis to see if we have the authority to set our own salary. With that, all those in favor? Aye. Any? Next time with some enthusiasm. We have. Is there a question? I'm sorry. Okay.
So moved.
Moved by Canale, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Okay, my apologies. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. You know, there's Chief Adams. You can give him a copy as well. He's behind you. All right, so item number 3 was held, which was the tabled item that the mayor requested. Item 3 is tabled. Item 3 were held until February 6, 2024. Item 24 has been tabled. All right, so that brings us to our add-on items 25 to 31. 25, resolution to accept grant funds in the amount of $118,000 from Tennessee Department of Health for the Project Diabetes Year 3 for the implementation of health promotion efforts throughout the Memphis area. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request to same 9 minutes. Item 26, resolution to accept grant funds in the amount of $2,756,574.40. Wow. In addition, additional grant funds for repair of 14 bridges, Sam Cooper Project PW 01253, District 2 and 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. There's a request to same 9 minutes. Item number 27, Director of Division of Solid Waste, reappointment of Philip Davis. There's a request to same 9 minutes. Item 28, Director of Parks and Neighborhoods, reappointment of Nick Walker. Request the same 9 minutes. Item number 29, resolution requesting the City of Memphis Permits Office promulgate a set of rules, regulations, and procedures to be observed by licensed record owners and operators operating in the City of Memphis. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Canale. Request the same 9 minutes. Item number 30, ordinance to establish Memphis City Council meeting dates for 2024. All council districts sponsored by Chairman Smiley. Request was add-on for first reading. Item number 31, resolution to override the mayor's veto of ordinance number 5893. All council districts sponsored by the Memphis City Council. There's request the same 9 minutes. There's the same 9 minute items are 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29, and 31.
The whole agenda.
The entire agenda, you know, we're just trying to get it through. All right. Does any member of this committee have anything else to add? All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. The executive committee is adjourned.